Ducaru, thanks for joining this panel. We'll have the next speakers coming in a few minutes. They are on the way, but better we'll start this panel. I would dive in straightly to the topic of this panel. And it was early this morning when I have started to review the previous editions of this forum. And one of the main ideas that come into my mind is the fact that security has suffered a tremendous transformation, the concepts of security. Basically, all the previous editions of this forum had a cyber panel and a technology threats panel. And one of the ideas that come into my mind is the fact that we were to signal that there is no more geopolitics itself. It is also technology geopolitics. Also, technology is shaping the threat landscape into a great extent. So in this way, we have recognized that the security is increasingly shaped by disruptive technologies, and also data and resilience is shaping the threat landscape. In the same way, the main idea is that we have witnessed over the years a profound transformation of the concept of the security. Basically, according to this, there is space for technology to have an influence on the strategic competition. Bearing in mind the idea of strategic competition, there is a question that came to my mind before this panel, also during the talks with Ambassador Ducaru. What, in a broader sense, what Europe should do, and especially we, the countries in our region, in order to build resilience in this new context of technology and security? The first speaker of this panel has a broad experience, both at NATO and EU level, as Assistant Secretary General of NATO, former director of US Satellite Center, and right now serving as advisor on AI and EDTs at the European External Action Service. So, Ambassador Ducaru, based on your experience, your previous experience, how can cybersecurity cooperation be better integrated both at EU and NATO level? And the second question, according to your role that you're having right now, how EDTs are shaping the threat landscape and also the strategic competition? Ambassador Ducaru, please.
Well, thank you very much for having me. It's great to be back home, not just in Romania, but also the new strategy center, where I'm very proud to hold an honorary position as honorary chair of the scientific board. If you allow me, I will start with your second question because it's more general, and then I will come to cyber security. And when addressing the impact of emerging disruptive technologies, the famous EDTs, as they are now coined, upon security, defense, the threat landscape, I would say that it's not necessarily new in history that technology, especially the disruptive technology, is impacting not just economy, so they have a direct impact of our geoeconomics, but also a strong impact upon geopolitics, security, and defense. This happened in history all the time because in the theory of international relations, technological leap is a resource of power, yeah, in the balance of global power. And if you look back in history, from gunpowder to using air power to the space race and so on, they have, of course, nuclear age, they have all impacted significantly the security and defense area. But there's something fundamentally different with the technology wave right now that we need to have in mind, take into consideration. And it has to do with the speed of advancement in technology, the scale of impact, the depth, and the fact that it's overwhelmingly driven by private initiative. Unlike the past, where the major technological breakthroughs were frankly the results of significant government financing. Well, take the Manhattan Project, the nuclear age. Even the internet was initially a DARPA project, a project of the Defense Research Agency of the Pentagon, and many others. So this time, actually, the innovation from the private sector spread so fast into the military domain that implies that I would say one of the essential responsibility of a state in the Westphalian model, namely having the monopoly of the power that can be, of using technology even by deploying violence, but then controlling this in order to assure stability. The new technologies can spread much faster because they're not originated and they're not under the control of any of the governments. It's very interesting to consider how this impacts, for example, the arms control regime. And now I'm coming to your question, the threat landscape. It's very varied also because the type of confrontation in the last decades has changed in the sense of blurring the, I would say, demarcation line between peace and war. Cyber is a great example, or the information warfare, in the sense that there are military grade, for example, psyops techniques in the information warfare that are thrown to civilians. Unlike the typical approach where you want to create an impact upon fighting forces in uniform or so on. The new threats affect first and foremost the resilience of societies, and then they can affect tremendously the foundations of national security, including military security. I think we are in an area where, and by the way, I'm a technology optimist. I'm a geek. Let's be very clear. But I'm one of those who is also significantly concerned of the danger of mishandling this. There are two quite recent books that I like to refer to. One is by Henry Kissinger and Eric Schmidt, the former head of Google, CEO of Google, The Age of AI, which actually makes a great link between what the AI wave and revolution means for geopolitics and how it changes the approaches, including deterrence or escalation mechanism and techniques. And the other one is the coming wave by Mustafa Suleiman, who created DeepMind and now works also at Google, and who expresses this concern of the difficulty to contain technology like AI in such a way that it remains mainly a force for good, because there's always a trade-off. So what I consider it's important and immensely useful is to, in order to keep up with the dynamics of the evolution of the technologies, to look to or to create what I would call threat observatories of emerging technology, especially AI, but also others. And this can be or should be done in a kind of sieve mill approach, because you need to include private sector and the geeks to watch what the impact could be. And then, of course, you need to have the military people to really see the link upon security and defense. The other interesting aspect that is worth to highlight, and you actually hinted to, is there is a new, I would say, conceptual domain in international relations that is developed, tech geopolitics. It's geopolitics in general, then the aspect of impact of technologies upon geoeconomics. And right now, because of this development, there is also a new discipline linked to diplomacy. You know, there was, it started with cyber diplomacy, and many of the countries who were in the lead developed the so-called cyber ambassadors and so on. Then it evolved towards digital diplomacy. By the way, in the European Union, there is also a digital diplomacy network where there is a kind of monthly interaction among all the responsibilities. I think the concept should move to the much broader encompassing tech diplomacy, because we're actually speaking about tech geopolitics. Of course, the digital domain is key, but there are fast advances beyond digital, like the quantum technologies. Quantum sensing, for example, has become mature and generates direct impact upon capability development for the military. So, and now coming back to your initial questions, what more can be done for cyber security cooperation? I think what people understood after the first shocks of absorbing some cyber attacks is that no one can address this alone. I was working at NATO for both as my country's ambassadors for 6 years, and then also in the international secretariat for another 4 years and a half. And the main focus at that time was to create, number one, a mechanism of secure and seamless communication among all allies. Number two, to establish some essential standards for cyber security, and they were introduced in the defense planning process, the famous NATO process where capabilities are kind of agreed by each member. But I think the breakthrough was when NATO understood that there has to be a wider partnership that should include industry, and it established a specific or dedicated cyber partnership. It was called the NICP, NATO Industry Cyber Partnership, separate from the partnership with industry that had been developed over decades in the procurement sector. And then last but not least, also the relationships with other organizations like EU. The first, I would say, NATO-EU agreement in after the year 2000 was actually in the cyber domain, and then also cooperation with other organizations, with UN, OEC, and so on. So this aspect is absolutely key. This is cannot just be a government-owned subject. It's definitely should be shared in the multi-stakeholder approach with the private sector, and also with the think tanks and academia. I will end with one last interesting aspect, namely that in 2018 at the first Paris Peace Summit, which was the anniversary of 100 years since the end of the First World War, for the first time kind of multi-stakeholder document has been launched. It was the Paris Call on Cyber Stability, and it was the first document which was first signed by a number of states, so legitimate international actors. I think in the first tranche about 55, plus in the first tranche about 120 industry stakeholders, and then other stakeholders from the civil society, think tank community, and so on. And it was useful because it has supported a trend of actions that was meant to support responsible behavior in cyberspace. And then some of the member states or organizations developed also some kind of enforcement mechanism. The EU developed the so-called cyber diplomacy toolbox, so kind of set of sanctions that are supposed to be imposed against those who are breaking the norms of responsible behavior. And then in NATO and the US is speaking about kind of cyber deterrence package, which goes beyond just economic or diplomatic sanctions. The EU, it also considers potential, I would say, cyber attack or retaliation measures. So I would stop here to your two questions. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. So as you can see, no one is late when we are talking about cyber. We have two panelists that have arrived due to the traffic congestion. I would like to welcome them, Director General of Romanian Cybersecurity Directorate, Dan Câmpean, and also Professor Bjola, Corneliu Bjola from Oxford University, Associate Professor. I'll start and I'll try to connect the discussion that we had by the time you arrived. And I would start with Dan Câmpean. You have somehow pioneered the institutional transformation here in Romania. What do I mean? We had years ago a national CERT, Romanian national CERT, and in your time it was transformed into a genuine cybersecurity authority. We are discussing by the time you arrived, about the challenges that we faced in order to build resilience, to create a more resilient Black Sea region and also Europe. What's your take regarding building resilience? What do we need? Stronger institutions, stronger legal frameworks, better capabilities. What do you think?
Thank you so much, Julian. You said it all, actually. First of all, allow me to apologize for the delay. Took ages to get from the airport to here, but I'm super glad and honored to be here. Now, what it takes, first of all, to understand that we are living in an unbelievably interconnected world. So we depend on each other, we depend on our business partners, on our suppliers. We depend on technology providers. We depend on actionable intelligence and actionable information, in particular when it comes to digital infrastructures. So, also let's not forget, and it started during the pandemics, the speed of technology adoption increased. It's not me saying that, it's Gardner and a couple of other analysts saying that the speed of adopting new technologies increased 6-7 times compared with the pre-pandemics time. So, in the way we see it from the Romanian Cyber Directorate, attack surface continuously expanding. When we look from organization perspective, from sector perspective, nationally, and just to give you some figures that worries me a lot, 12 million daily internet users in Romania, all of us with devices in our pockets, with laptops and tablets and so on in our briefcases. 500,000 small and medium enterprises with very, very low maturity, doing hyper-accelerated adoption of solutions because their friend and their spouse says, this is a cool app, you should install it, or we should try this, or we should try that. So it's an attack surface continuously increasing. Now, what we don't see an exponential increase of the cyber incidents. But we see, of course, it's a sustained increase. We see sophistication. We see the speed from the moment one vulnerability is detected in my infrastructure, in your infrastructure, up to the moment it's fully exploited and weaponized, whatever software and whatever malware they are using. This shrunk from years, and that was in the 90s, it was years, then to months, and now the last figures I saw last week, 29 minutes. That's the average. So be ready that from the moment one vulnerability is sniffed, is detected in whatever type of technology and infrastructure we are using, someone, with or without AI, but most likely using AI to accelerate this, will identify the practical way on how to hack in, how to get persistence, how to do lateral movement, how to exfiltrate data, how to do any kind of damage you can imagine. Now, what it takes, I truly believe, and that's my vision, cybersecurity, it's a sport team. It's a domain where, first of all, it's transversal. It's a bit embedded in everything. It's not the big dog on the stage. It's not the prime actor in any organization. It's perceived as a kind of cost center, which it is, support function. But nevertheless, it's embedded everywhere. It's a team sport. When I mean team sport, means you need brains, you need expertise, you need multiple people, multiple teams, suppliers and regulatory authorities alike, and technology providers in any way, form and shape to really work together. What we see now, it's that, of course, we tend to react. We have an incident and then we start throwing budgets and hiring teams and buying solutions and getting consultants on board, still reactive mode. Although we know very well, the ones of you that are medical doctors, you know it's easier to prevent than to treat disease or illness or virus or whatever. And goes the same for informatic viruses. Now, to build resilience, it's important, as I said also at the beginning, to acknowledge that we are not working in isolation. There are dependencies. It's so complex now that it's extremely difficult for one expert to get a good understanding of what are we dealing with. And ask a fair and honest question to your IT colleagues. Ask them if they know and they have a full inventory of all the devices they have to manage. That's a big problem. We don't know what we are defending. So we don't have a list of machines, of servers, or devices in any way that we should try to defend. Then it depends a lot on the quality of the people involved. And let me say a bit about this, because that's another big concern. We are lacking experts. Our estimation, Romania level, we are lacking probably in the range of 2,500, maybe a bit more, experts. When I mean experts, people with years of expertise. We're not talking about junior profiles. And AI or non-AI, you cannot compensate for that. And we are in good shape compared with the rest of European Union. The figures I saw from European Commission, 500,000 cyber experts lacking right now at the level of European Union, and about 5 million globally. So that's massive, that's serious. But there is hope, I will tell you about this. So one last point I wanted to mention, resilience, because you mentioned regulatory. The big pain in the back we have is that regulatory environment, it's always 1 to 3, 5 years behind the technology. So now we have the AI. We don't have regulatory measures on cyber related to AI, for example. And whatever new technology will pop up will take years, first for us to try to understand that new tech, and then to figure out what kind of regulatory measures we may need. But I have to say that because it's my job, we are big fans of regulatory measures. I mean, we cannot live in a world with absolutely no norms and absolutely no measures. On the other hand, they must be smart, so they don't kill innovation, they don't kill businesses, and they don't offer possibility for, let's say, legitimate people, legitimate teams, legitimate interests to bypass those norms. Because the bad guys, they don't play by the book, they don't care about rules, and they will do whatever they want anyway.
Thank you very much, Dan, for your takes on these topics that I proposed to you. You've mentioned, you've talked about technology adoption at some point, and I would connect the dots with the last part of your speech where you said that there is hope. That's very encouraging, and thank you for this. It is a great takeaway that should introduce the topics and the subject for the next speaker. The next speaker, I would like to tell you that has many contributions, books and articles on counter-propaganda, on combating and fighting disinformation in the digital age, and also is a well-known expert both here nationally and internationally. Corneliu Jola, Associate Professor at Oxford University. There is Professor of Digital Diplomacy, sorry. There is a question that I proposed to you before this panel, and I would like to address here. How can our democracy can cope and can move on with in the age of agentic influence and algorithmic influence? What do you think?
Thank you very much for the invitation. Apologies for arriving late. The same problem with traffic congestion. It took forever to come here. The question is relevant, especially in the current context. And let me start with an observation. So I think in both policy circles, academic circles, we've been talking about the arrival of AI and the fact that it's going to change the character of war, the character of warfare. Well, I think now in 2016, I think we have fully entered into this age. And we have two pieces of evidence, the conflict in Venezuela and the conflict in Iran. In both cases, we see the deployment of AI, integrated AI, in the conduct of these two military interventions. A bit of information from the media, but also from think tanks, some reports, and they both point to this connection that Pentagon has made with Palantir, a famous company of Peter Thiel, and of course, through certain instruments like the Maven smart system. And Maven, which is an older project which was established in 2016, first with Google, Palantir took over later. Maven is amazing from a certain perspective. What Maven does, it ingests data from about 150 sources. We are talking about satellite data, talking about social media, talking about signal intercepts. And what it does, then it produces targeting recommendations. And this is an amazing aspect where AI comes into play. 1,000 targeting recommendation per hour. That's a big difference. And not only targeting recommendation, but also it suggests what kind of weapons to be used to hit that particular target and what is the optimal execution course and timing. By the way, NATO also acquired Maven, a smart system, last year in February. I don't know how much it was integrated. So it has been used in Venezuela. Also, the translation done simultaneously in the case of Spanish or Farsi. So why do I mention Maven here? Because we see the deployment of AI in kinetic warfare. And the parallel that I'm making is that just a matter of time before a similar Palantir instrument is going to be applied to hybrid warfare. We don't know yet whether, Palantir is developing or other countries are developing, but we should start thinking about this because AI is going to be deployed in hybrid warfare. Now, what I mean by hybrid warfare, because there are many definitions. So the one that I prefer to use is to talk about strategic exhaustion of a particular state through a range of actions under the threshold of conventional warfare. And by range of actions, we have to think cybersecurity is one, information warfare is another one, weaponization of migration is another type of hybrid warfare. Talking about assassination, sabotage. Already we've seen the numbers increasing, especially in Europe in the past 3 years. So we have a range of actions, all separately under the threshold of conventional warfare, but all aim to exert this cumulative strategic pressure to exhaust the adversary, to paralyze his decision-making, to produce what is now called cognitive exhaustion in a society, which has direct connection to democratic resilience. So where is AI coming into this picture? I think it comes into 3 areas. A possible use, right? First of all, it's about mapping the informational environment. In the same way in which Palantir now extracts information from 150 sources to produce this kind of targeting recommendations, I think the same way we have to think about how to map your informational space. The question is not to do the fact-checking. Fact-checking is so 2014. What it's important to understand is how stories are planted, how do they originate, what is the possibility of going viral, what is the connection, in a sense, to different type of stories, which is original, which is organic, meaning, citizens that have the right to express themselves. So here is more about understanding, mapping very well the informational space. AI, in principle, and, I've seen attempts to do this in some European countries. The second aspect, which I think is also important, is to connect the domains, to connect the dots. When you have a sabotage, when you have an assassination, is that a separate act or is something more? Give an example, for instance, the drone attack in Poland in September, 10th of September 2025. 19 drones crossing the space into space of Poland. 5 they managed to take them down. But what was important in that particular attack was not only the flight of the drones, it was also the information campaign that took place the same night. The same night you have a massive disinformation campaign taking place on social media, telling Polish citizens the drones could be Ukrainian or could be coming from NATO. Surprise, surprise, the next day there was a poll saying that 30%, speaking about cognitive confusion and exhaustion, 30% of the Polish citizens believed they were confused about the origins of the drones. 30% is big. This is a successful disinformation campaign. In every society, you have about 10%, statistically speaking, of people believing in conspiracies. You cannot, that's people who, it varies from country to country. When you have 30%, this is a success, because then the next time when you have a drone attack, the decision maker, if there is pressure from below, they will be careful not to react to certain drones. So always when you have something kinetic, there is also this information coming that comes along. So where artificial intelligence also plays a big role is to connect the dots. Connect the dots before the event. The third element, which I think is also important with AI, is to understand thresholds, to evaluate thresholds. So each act separately says, look, there is no case for Article 5 or EU article now. But have also to understand that, example with drone attacks, is that when you have an adversary, a hostile adversary, let's try to push to see how much it can go without reaction. I'm going to send 19 drones. Let's see if I can reach the Baltic Sea. Let's see how much time the other side, will take to take them down. Let's see how many Polish citizens will believe my story. So there is a question about estimating threshold, in the sense that, to what extent certain actions, which are, the other side trying to press more and more, could become problematic. Again, this is where AI modeling is important. So combining these three elements, you can reach or define some sort of a palantir for hybrid warfare. And I think this is a key element. I'm going to talk more about this in a session in the afternoon. But this is something important, how AI help one to understand better what is hitting you, from what direction. It's not only about drones. It always comes with different. The case of migration, weaponization of migration is important as well. We can think about all kinds of scenarios. Sabotage, the same. It's not only the sabotage, it's what it tries to plant through the stories, to the distrust in institutions, that type of action that could be damaging. These elements together create strategic cumulative pressure on the state, right? It creates this kind of strategic exhaustion to the point that you are not able to cope. Your decision making is paralyzed. You don't react or avoid to react. You concede the initiative. So that's part of what happens in a hybrid warfare, as I mentioned. So resilience in this case, I think AI could help, properly done, in a case, in a situation in which you try to respect the democratic rule, but also not to concede exactly your information, digital, technological sovereignty. There are different terms that are being used, being exposed and undermined by adversaries, whether they are state or non-state actors.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor, for your very valuable insights on this topic of building democratic resilience, making our democratic states more stronger. I pretty much value the fact that you have mentioned the concept of strategic exhaustion in the context of this discussion that we had. This is a very good starting point to discuss further on. I see that we have some almost 9 minutes to go, and I would kindly address the audience to add some questions for our distinguished panelists here today, and I pretty encourage you to do this if there are any, and I see that there may be any. Yeah, please. Please state your name and also who do you address the question to. Thank you.
My name is Răzvan Ciuca. I'm an international relations expert at the New Strategy Center focusing on researching topics gathering around cyber politics, cyber diplomacy, approaches among states. I have two questions, but first of all I would like to congratulate all the speakers for their valuable insights presented as part of this panel. My first question is addressed to all the speakers, and my second question will be addressed specifically to Mr. Corneliu Gjola. The first question, we are witnessing a conceptual shift from cyber deterrence, which most of the time tends to be associated with the active cyber defense toolkit, which, as you might know, is part of the proactive offensive cyber security spectrum, towards societal resilience, apropos to what Mr. Duncan Penn has previously mentioned. Do you believe that resilience has become the new form of deterrence in cyberspace? You can answer to that question. Afterwards, I'm going to address the second question to Mr. Professor Biola.
Okay, I start.
Resilience is, in general, a type of deterrence. I mean, there are two types. Is deterrence through denial. Yeah, you deny the adversary the results of the objectives that he has set or he would set through some attack, and how you do it by absorbing the attack, being resilient. The other part is resilience through punishment, which is best, I would say, represented like in the nuclear deterrence theory. The difficulty of using deterrence through punishment in the cyber domain comes from the fact that in order to change the calculation of the adversary, not to attack because you have the capacity to fight back and then bring up. In the conventional and in the nuclear domain, you can show off your capacity. Yeah, in conventional terms, there are calibers of munitions, of the mother of all bombs, or the kilotons of nuclear weapons and so on. In cyber, you cannot show off your cyber tools. They are much more stealthy. It's like you show them off, you might lose them. So it's very difficult to use the same analogy, although there has been some example of using deterrence through punishment also in the cyber domain, especially with the US doctrine of the so-called persistent cyber engagement that was launched under the previous national security agency head Nakasone. This was after the Russians entered the systems, famous 2016 elections, and after all this analysis, the idea was, okay, why not come with a strategy whereby we are keeping the adversaries busy in their own systems, also show some of the potential and actually discourage them to continue with attacks. Joseph Nye, who has addressed this aspect, he introduces two new types of deterrence in cyber. One, the deterrence through entanglement, and the other one, deterrence through norms, which I think theoretically are sound, but you can see they're in practice, they're not necessarily working so well. The adversary would not attack you because he's entangled with you through the network. It's yes and no. The Chinese have developed some more independent. They can shut down from the rest of the world, or internet can be balkanized or shut down in areas. And then the deterrence through norms, Naya was saying, well, some states would want to keep their reputation of responsible behavior in the international environment. That's why this developing such norms and so on would in itself generate some inhibition, some deterrence. So it's a complex view. I think the strongest dimension right now and the strongest investment and important is in resilience. But there is a threshold, there is a law of diminishing returns that you invest in deterrence, but then you have to invest so much in order to have the extra inch of cybersecurity that you cannot do it. In the banking system, they use insurance after that threshold, and in the security terms, I think there will be more ways to showcase cyber potential through concrete action, through offensive actions. Yeah.
Right now, I'd like to move to the second question, because we are running almost out of time. So please, Răzvan.
In the context of the hottest topic at the forum, basically strategic competition in the Black Sea region, do you, Mr. Bjola, believe that small and medium powers in Eastern Europe can still act as entrepreneurs in the fields of cyber and AI? Or will the normative architecture be shaped exclusively by major powers and large technology companies, given, Jan Bremer's technopolar moment?
Thank you very much.
It's a very important question here about the capability states need to develop in order to be competitive, right, strategically speaking, in this domain. And this is a question that I think has to be, or at least the debate in Romania needs to start. I suggested that several times, especially in the field of AI. Things are far away from where it's supposed to be. So what you can do in capability building is that you need to develop, coalitions. I mean, there is some capacity, right? I mean, in terms of NATO, in terms of EU, but you need to develop capacity. In the field of hybrid warfare, I think this is quite important to understand another element which relates to the first question. I don't think a hybrid warfare can be won only on defense, only by resilience. Resilience is important. You want to make sure that you resist several shocks, but it's also very costly because all the time you react, you consider initiative, you react to certain things that are placed in front of you. That's very resource intensive. So what you need, and this is where probably capacity building and also a strategy has to be integrated, is to need to go on offense. I mean hybrid warfare. Cybersecurity is a bit complicated for the reason that you mentioned. You don't want to reveal your hand. You want to keep certain instruments hidden because, But in hybrid warfare, especially information warfare and other action, you need to be able to create some sort of deterrent to make it as costly as possible for the adversary to conduct this operation against you. How you do that? This is where we talk about capacity building, especially with this kind of new tools and technology. Ambassador Dokar also mentioned quantum. Quantum is around the corner. It's very important. It's crucially important, especially with decryption, but also with sensing and GPS. So that's another element that has to be introduced in the technological stack when you think about building this kind of capacity. And the third element, which I think is also important, Ambassador Dokar probably knows about this, are the satellite, the space, both low orbit and high orbit. We don't have time to discuss it, but satellite, as you've seen in the case of Ukraine, but also through the Starlink network, these are critical infrastructure that you need to bring together, technologically speaking, to develop that type of multi-layered technological shield, so to speak. But I'm going to stop here. My key point, and I want to repeat this because I keep pressing on this publicly, and not only, hybrid warfare cannot be successfully conducted only on defense. Resilience, it's one thing, but you have to think more strategically about how to go on offense.
Thank you very much, Professor. I hope the question was addressed accordingly. As I see here Director Scutaro waving at us, I would like to add some concluding remarks and also to thank the distinguished speakers for being present here and for giving to the audience their insights. It seems clear for me that technology is no more complementary to geopolitics. Technology is geopolitics. And this is the key takeaway that we should address in the next period of time. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for your questions. Thank you, and see you next time.
profound transformation over the past few years, moving beyond military defense to include the total resilience of nations, social, economic, and technological foundations. In this new era, a threat to a supply chain or a power grid is recognized as a direct assault on the stability of the state itself, blurring the lines between domestic policy and national defense. As Europe navigates a fundamental shift in energy architecture, the traditional maps of supply and transit are being radically redrawn. Recent tensions in the Middle East and the situation in the Strait of Hormuz over the last 2 months, combined with the transition away from a reliance on east-west routes, since the Ukrainian war, have moved a diverse north-south strategy from a policy proposal to a security imperative. Today, we are here to discuss how corridors like the vertical gas corridor and the Caspian and Black Sea Mediterranean routes can be not only merely infrastructure projects, but also the lateral lifelines of European energy resilience. In addition, our discussion today will explore how we balance the immediate necessity of gas security with long-term geopolitical promise of green hydrogen and electricity interconnections. I will start with Ms. Walton. Mr. Boussoy will connect with us in a few moments. Ms. Walton, in your experience assessing global markets, how has the definition of energy resilience evolved for international investors since the Ukrainian war and now in light of the conflict for Iran?
Thank you very much. I spent my career in capital markets and I was global head of research for a few big banks. And so I concentrated my career on looking at big global macro issues. And this is a very interesting time. I would say that the biggest impact on how energy resilience has evolved since 2022 has been, before 2022, resilience meant price hedging and hedging with various instruments, and that was the priority. After 2022, and especially after the Iran conflict, it means managing systemic risk. And that systemic risk is no longer cyclical. I believe that that systemic risk is actually structural, and we have to price in that structural risk. And what does that mean? That means understanding where a project sits within a competing geopolitical systems, supply chain architectures, and physical infrastructure networks. Geographical positioning is very important, and that's why this region is so critical. It's also understanding whether a corridor can be physically weaponized. Iran has showed that the backup to the backup can also fail simultaneously. So after Russia, it was Iran. And of course, now we have a very big dependency on the United States. 60% of the LNG into Europe is from the US. I should explain, despite the fact that I have an American accent, I'm actually half American, I'm half British, and if it's possible, I'm also half Slovak as well. My mother is a Slovak, and that's my connection to the region. So investors are now being asked to price in a world which no single supply chain is actually truly safe, and in which resilience of an energy project depends upon the depth of its redundancy. And for practical implications, the repricing of that redundancy is called a resilience premium. And just very quickly, I can explain what I believe the resilience premium means. It's an infrastructure that offers genuine physical redundancy. It is anchored in a geopolitically stable jurisdiction, which is very, very difficult. It connects to multiple supply chains and sources rather than a single one, so this is really a wish list. And the resilience premium is now commanding a significant higher valuation multiple than projects that depend on a single source or a single transit node.
Okay. Thank you very much. And the region is really critical, and I want to go to Mr. Boussoy if he's connected. Later, okay, so I will continue with Mr. Ravnansky. How essential is cross-border technical and corporate cooperation in ensuring that energy corridors, like the vertical gas corridor, remain functional during periods of high demand and crisis?
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be with you today. Interesting topics that we need to discuss. I'll first start with the commodity itself, because as I said yesterday in another panel, there's not a single source that can guarantee energy security. And I think gas is here to stay for quite some time in order to ensure in this. So in terms of fundamentals, we have the supply. We have different suppliers. We have the LNG from the US. We have the Caspian gas supplies. Hopefully soon we'll have the Black Sea offshore supply. This is on the supply side. On the demand side, considering the fact that we have more and more renewables into the system, we need a balancing thing for balancing the whole system. So gas would be there. But the major thing that connects the supply and demand, this would be the infrastructure. And there is no single infrastructure company that can deal with situations of high demand and crisis without cooperating with other infrastructure companies. And I think in that sense, infrastructure is the backbone for resilience. And when we have good cooperation on a level of infrastructure companies, we provide the necessary energy where it's demanded in the best way possible. This can be achieved through cooperation on a lot of levels. Cooperation in terms of interoperability between systems, transparent capacities mechanisms and how they're sold, and constant communication between the infrastructure companies. I think in that sense, the vertical corridor is an energy pathway. It's an energy highway that's of vital importance, not just for Bulgaria and the region, but for Europe in general. Because as we said, we have a transformation in the way gas has been transported since 2022. Now it's more south to north. And if we used to be in the periphery of Europe, I now think that we are a cornerstone for Europe energy security, and I'll stop here. Thank you.
Okay. We came here to discuss about Europe and energy security. As we look towards more integrated energy market within the EU, Mr. Menegazzo, what are the primary benefits of strengthening electricity interconnections between the Mediterranean and the Balkans? And furthermore, are current EU directives and financial instruments sufficient to effectively promote and safeguard energy security of the region and of the EU?
Thank you. So, it's a very broad
Yes, of course.
scope. The energy market in Europe does not exist yet. Because we do not have as many interconnections as we should have in order to have a market that is fully integrated. Of course, I'm referring to electricity here. The lacking part is, of course, the infrastructure that is creating, so the TSO part, connecting all the European Union countries to achieve a common market. So theoretically, when there is a lot of sun in the summer in the southern part of Europe, the northern part of Europe should be able to benefit of it and vice versa. And I see here the biggest gap in the European, let's say, regulatory or legislative framework, because still interconnection between countries is a topic discussed between the two bordering countries, which is not acceptable anymore. So my wish is that one of the topics that the European Union should be stronger and imposing
to the countries is investment in interconnection. And of course, find a way in which this is not a burden for the citizen of a specific country or another. But without this, we will not achieve a common electricity market in Europe in the foreseeable time, which is a huge problem, because our world, especially in Europe, is going towards a bigger electrification. So we are electrifying more, and more and more. We have a technological advantage, but we have also the consumer take in this situation. So we cannot play the rules of 2026, 2029, 2030, 2032, 2032 with a playbook that was written in the 70s. This is complete madness. So I think that we are in a very, very crucial point with some hard decisions needs to be taken. I personally believe that any discussion, and again, I'm referring to electricity, which for me is the backbone of the energy system. Any discussion related to national energy sovereignty in the European Union is a very dangerous and time-wasting exercise. I think that it's important that we speed up the path of electrification. I think that today, and I understand, but you know, there are the laws of physics and the law of the wishful thinking. I still think that what Europe did a couple of years ago, the Green Deal, was and still is a fantastic project, a fantastic ambitious project. Of course, as any long-term project, you are working with moving targets. So the data that you had at that point are not the data that today are relevant. Still, the fact that you need to go towards a bigger electrification, a bigger penetration of renewables, high-scale, small-scale prosumers in the market is our key of success. And I would keep out the ideological part, because today when somebody speaks about Green Deal or energy transition, the label ideologic is attached. I believe quite in data. And if I have to look at an example of somebody, so if the Green Deal or the energy transition is bad, should be bad for everybody, not for one specific country. And today I look at the data of countries like still European countries that have been impacted by the energy transition, Green Deal, or whatever regulation that Europe gave in that sense. And I have the example of Spain. Spain has a price that is the day-ahead market. You have 14 euros per megawatt, very, very often. It's the country that is growing most in Europe, 2%, attracting a lot of investments. And one of the reasons is that they planned and they took actions in order to grab all the benefits of this, let's say, regulation. We cannot blame our undoing or not action and put, you know, an umbrella that this is bad. We should look ourselves in the mirror and say, did we grab the opportunity or not? Today, in this part of Europe, in Romania, the answer is no, we did not.
Okay, let's see the opinion of this part of Europe. Mr. Boussoy, I think he's connecting with us. And I cannot hear you.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear us?
Yes. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Thank you very much for being with us. I will ask you a couple of questions, and then you can continue your meeting. Sorry for the interruption. Like other European states, Romania has been affected by the conflict in the Middle East. While prices are an issue across the region, the situation remains unpredictable. In this context, it is evident that energy dependence and security are becoming increasingly important. Which steps have been taken to confront the current situation from the perspective from EU and from the Romania? And do you believe that energy is the new geopolitics?
Thank you so much. This was the discussion of this morning informal Council of Ministers of Energy from European Union, hosted by Cyprus, the country that has now the presidency of the Council of European Union. The European Commission issued the Accelerator EU. Everyone is looking for more coordination at the EU level. The national governments are invited to take temporary measures. Romania took already some measures to limit the margins of the wholesalers and producers of fuels. Also looking to concrete temporary support for agriculture and transport. But clearly we are just at the beginning of a very difficult situation. We are looking also to the prices of electricity, and I just heard, and I totally echo what Alessio Menegazzo just stated. The prices will be a challenge this summer and the coming winter. The price of natural gas is quite high. Some of the capacities in the Middle East cannot be replaced very fast. Also, there are other structural problems that we didn't solve yet in the region, in Romania and the European Union. So the situation is still difficult. More EU coordination is helpful, but it's not enough. On the medium term, of course, we need to reduce dependencies, to become more resilient, more independent, to diversify sources. That's why the vertical corridor is so important for Romania, for Greece, for Bulgaria, for the whole region. The partnership with the United States is so important for LNG, and also to increase the interconnection inside European Union. And here the pressure should be on the new legislation on grids and on the European Commission to convince Austria to increase the interconnection capacity with Hungary, that our region could benefit from flows of electricity or the good prices that sometimes we can have from north and west of Europe. And then after we will complete our strategic investments, Cernavoda 3 and 4, the gas-powered new capacities, the renewables that we invest so much in Romania and in the region, to have the possibility to export electricity to the west and north of Europe. So interconnections in electricity and natural gas are of paramount importance.
Okay.
And yes, energy is more and more dictating geopolitical decisions.
Okay, as you said, Romania has an advantage position as a bridge connecting Western Europe with the East and Northeast with the Southeast. How does Romania view the balance between maintaining the traditional energy routes and support the new, like the vertical gas corridor?
We can find this balance clearly. The vertical corridor, as I said, is extremely important for the region. This will bring us LNG from United States, our trusted partner. You know that Europe is now implementing Repower EU, total phase out of imports from Russia. Romania was not so much directly affected because we did not import since many years from Russia, but the region is still dependent, and the new routes will help the region to diversify and to have access for the transition and even beyond 2050 from United States, from Greece, Bulgaria, and then Romania. Ukraine also will benefit from these investments, and these are complementing what we already did. Transgaz will have access to new business, taking fees, and also these investments will be extremely important, and I congratulate Mr. Sterian for the achievements that Transgas had finalizing DRUA, but also for the efforts that Transgas is doing in order to complete the vertical corridor. And we contribute to the region also with the Neptune Deep project. There, Romgaz and OMV Petrom will start exploiting in 2027, will add up to 8 billion cubic meters. Most of it will be for Romania usage, for the new capacities, for Azomureș, for everything that we are preparing. But part of it could be also for the countries in the region, and this is extremely important. That's why the vertical corridor and the new routes are even more relevant for Romania in the new context.
Thank you very much for being with us, Mr. Boussoi, and we will continue.
Thank you very much. Congratulations for the 10th edition of this so prestigious event. And sorry that I couldn't be in Romania, but this is the very important energy ministers meeting in Cyprus, and Romania should be represented here. Thank you so much and good luck.
Of course. Thank you. Mr. Rafnasky, your point, your Bulgarian aspect and your view, not only from the Bulgaria, but from the entire region about the vertical gas corridor.
Thank you. For sure, I will agree with what the State Secretary had said. This project is important on many levels. First of all, it's not just some theory that will be put in practice in the near future. It's already here. It's a cooperation on TSO from so many countries: Greece, Bulgaria, Romania, Moldova, Ukraine, and then additionally Hungary and Slovakia, which is not something easily achievable. In that sense, Bulgaria is the leading, I would say, is the leading investor in that corridor. Not only we did have a final investment decision in 2024, but we've already invested 300 million euros in the development of those loopings on the territory of Bulgaria. So we will have an increase of the capacity, a 50% increase in the capacity with Greece, and 100% increase in the capacity with Romania. By the end of this year, all the work should be done, and those additional this additional infrastructure would be usable by the users. Another important thing is that it's not a completely new infrastructure, but it also uses some of the existing ones, which is I think it's a right balance between full utilization of what you have and what you actually need additionally. I think now it's the time for the users to dedicate to be part of this and book capacities. Because when we speak about resilience and energy security, and when we speak about predictability, I think if we have those long-term contracts that we were running away from in the past, and we go back to this now, I think this would give us a certainty for the businesses, for the economy in general. Thank you.
We just listened about investments in infrastructure, investments in interconnections. Ms. Bolton, what do you think that are the primary indicators of a secure energy corridor when looking at the long-term investments in emerging markets like the Black Sea region?
Yes, thank you very much. I'd just like to actually comment on my colleague's comment, actually. Yeah. I found very interesting with reflection on sort of EU policy and regulation and how that affects prices. And the clear example of having done it completely and utterly wrong is the UK. And we left the EU. We had no Brexit dividend from doing this. And we could create our own energy policy. And instead, we went entirely the other way and managed really to shoot ourselves in the foot with having maybe an overly green agenda to be super carbon neutral, which actually the net effect globally on that is zero. The effect on the UK economy is the electricity bills and energy bills are incredibly expensive. There were two very big data centers that came to the UK. The US loves dealing with the UK and working with the UK to set up businesses. They bailed because when they modeled out the cost of energy, it was too ridiculously expensive to actually operate there. Small businesses cannot lay on a second shift, so our whole industrial base is ruined as well. And the knock-on effects of these policies, and the UK being an extreme example of where it can all go wrong, is a good example of that. I just wanted to bring that up because you make a very good point that it is much more significant than I think certainly from an investor's perspective, as we see where businesses would be de-investing from an area in downstream industrial projects because of the energy price. So, but in talking about the secure energy, which is also part of this too, right? Is to have good policy. Is I think there's five big points that investors like to look at, and one is, excuse me, supplier diversification depth, and what I mean by that is a corridor that connects to a single source. One single source is actually a recipe for disaster and for failure, and you actually brought this up. The most investable corridors are those that can receive gas or electricity from multiple origins and also allows for flexibility. Another one is jurisdictional governance and stability along the route within the EU. This is fantastic. A full length of a corridor is only as secure as its weakest political link. For investors, this means we examine every transit country, not just the terminus. Infrastructure redundancy and bypass capacity, and this is how the projects would actually be potentially scored actually for investment. Can a corridor function if one section is damaged or blocked? Does it have a physical interconnection with alternative routes? Regulatory and tariff predictability. Long-term infrastructure investment requires regulatory certainty. Investors need to know that the interconnection tariffs, third-party access rule, and grid codes will remain stable for 20 or 30 years over the investment horizon, because these are big infrastructure projects and they take a long time to realize the ROI. Future-proofing for the energy transition, and this is where the Green Channel and the Black Sea is actually very important. A corridor built only for fossil fuel, gas that cannot be repurposed for green hydrogen or electricity transmission will face a stranded asset risk within 15 to 20 years. I mean, this also begs other issues about the supply chain and the dependency on China, because 80% of all solar kit is in China, and lithium and things like that. So you're kind of potentially trading one dependency for another. And that supplier diversification risk, I think, is the most important, because the Iran disruption has shown that even your backup supply can be destroyed and disrupted simultaneously. And I think that's the biggest risk that we've seen. There's these simultaneous disruptions.
I see. And Mr. Menegazzo, how do electricity and green energy investments, as we said, complement existing gas routes in the broader effort to stabilize European prices, energy prices, and ensure energy security in general?
Yeah. Let me comment upon the comment on my comment. Listen. In our sector, we are starting to neglect the base load factor. So the foreseeable future that from the technical standpoint starts to be more and more clear is that base load will not be an issue for the future. Flexibility will be the key point, the turning point. And yet we have all the manuals, all the regulation, all the relevant stuff that are based on this concept of base load. Why? Because we still think at a sector in which we had, bottom. Today the system is getting more and more bottom up. We have prosumers. customers that inject energy in the grid. We have a system that was designed for big generation capacity, injecting energy in the system, and then customer that had two things to do, pay or not to pay the bill. That's it, okay? This world does not exist anymore. And because this world does not exist anymore, we need to change the way in which we approach it. Not from today to tomorrow, because this is impossible. But we need to have a clear vision of what is going to happen in 10, 15 years, because if you invest in asset, you need to plan investment for the next 15 to 20 years. And our thinking, and not our as a company, but generally speaking, when you speak with an electricity infrastructure company that invests in renewables or in grids, we start to think that we do not have to accommodate the base load. We need to create a system that is flexible. And the flexibility comes from renewables. Now, I see the point, and I agree with the fact that 80% of the solar panels are produced by China. This is a fact, it's true. In the same time, I don't like the dependency of a molecule that is a constant in my life. So if I buy a PV and I install it on my rooftop, I know that for 10, 15 years, I have ensured somehow an output of energy. Okay? The topic should be, how should Europe fill the gap that we left somebody else to grab? So investing in innovation, investing in the supply chain that we are so much dependent upon, okay? But for me, the topic is not to be dependent from I prefer to be dependent on something that is technological because I have my chance. If I speed up and I invest in innovation, I can fill the gap. If I don't have gas, if I don't have a specific natural resource, I cannot invent it. So the fact that in Europe we have been lazy for the last 10, 15 years, not investing in innovation, this is a completely different discussion. Again, for me the situation in which we are today should be a wake-up call of what we didn't care as much as we wanted. And it's a matter of security because all of us preferred to have cheaper goods produced in China. All of us have phones.
Yes.
Phones are produced in China.
Yes.
Okay? And we are dependent. Everybody is dependent on phones. Okay? There is no discussion about, okay, how dependent are we in phones because they are produced in China. So we need to, readdress a little bit. I still believe that the energy transition based on renewables and electricity, more and more electricity, is the winning factor that Europe competitivity can have, because now we have proofs. We have data that this can happen. In UK that didn't work. I'm not very, I don't know the UK system, but again, in Spain, where it was based on renewables, today the economy is more competitive, the price of energy is cheaper.
Yes. So investing in innovation, I think, is a crucial thing. And what about you, Mr. Rafnatsky? We look towards the next winter and beyond. What do you think is the one single priority in terms of infrastructure that we must get right today to ensure energy security for next year?
Well, for sure, we should keep up with keeping the existing infrastructure in a good shape. there should be even better cooperation between the TSO. We've already seen good one. And for sure, we need to have projects like the vertical corridor in place so that we have access to more sources, diversify the sources, diversify the roads. All of us here today are speaking about having the opportunity to have different interconnections and not to have bottlenecks. These are the factors that are affecting how the source and the commodity gets where it's needed most. And when you have the commodity, when you have the infrastructure, then you can also develop markets, because in the beginning we started that there is no market. And for example, from gas perspective in Bulgaria, I can tell you that 7 years ago there was no markets at all. It was 95% dependence on a single source, with just one incumbent in the country providing gas for everyone. Now we have a well-functioning gas exchange with more than 140 participants on the gas exchange. We have a transparency in how the prices are formed. We have availability for businesses to get the best prices. And all this is actually building the resilience, decreasing the dependence, and providing opportunity for the economy to grow and for people to feel more secure.
Okay. Ms. Walton, your one single priority for the winter that's coming, about the investment perspective, to ensure these synergies, energy synergies like the corridors remain resilient against future geopolitical shocks?
Yes, so it's a very interesting question, because at the end of the day we have to pay for all of this. So we have to be able to mobilize capital to meet this demand, to create this innovation, to release policy so all this can happen, which makes it more attractive to investors. So the question is, it's not do we have a plan, but do we have the money to pay for it, and what do we need to do to be able to mobilize that investment? Of course, one of the big things is the support for, there are many big infrastructure funds, right? But now with all the geopolitical risk, they have to completely rejig all of their models to be able to price this in and to see actually how they'll possibly do this and at what possible price. So public-private partnerships and backstops from governments is really, really important, not to replace private capital, but to take private capital and actually make it viable and bankable. So I think this is a very big issue. And the Iran conflict has clarified something that's very important. The pace of geopolitical disruption is outrunning the pace of infrastructure financing. And in fact, I think the velocity of that is almost impossible as we speak today to be able to project. And that is a level of volatility that is very, very scary for financial markets and for investors. And this is why government help and participation is critical. But even having said that, the risk is extremely high. So what do we need to do? I think we need to be able to build in for investors a resilience premium into the European capital markets framework. So that means making it explicitly worthwhile to invest in corridors, not just because they're profitable, but because they are strategic. I don't have one quick answer about how that's possible. All the things that I think we talked about today and all the risks are a mosaic that actually brings that together. And just, one point I think that we really need to be aware of is about trading our vulnerabilities. So as we hedge one geopolitical risk, in this case I'm not talking about the financial instruments as we did it before, and this would be through policy, for example. What are we trading off, really? And yes, we talked about China and its supplying. The one thing we can always trust about China is what is in their financial interest. They want to sell us this stuff. It's fantastic. They control 80% of the market. Lots of sunshines, right? That's wonderful. But in terms of LNG, now 60% of it coming from the U.S. We know that that's very, very volatile as a trading partner. So I think these are things that we really need to keep in mind when we look at investment and in pricing in this market.
Okay, Mr. Menegazzo, your one single priority. And the second question, we just listened about the importance of private capital. In times of crisis, how critical is the synergy between the public and private sectors in safeguarding energy security?
So of course the priority is, as the short-term priority is how we will end up this year. And I'm not speaking as a company, but as part of the energy sector. Specifically in Romania, prices are too high. There is no, let's say, system that can support big consumers like in other countries, in Italy, in Spain, in France, to have long-term contracts at cheaper price, or state aids, for example. And this is something that whomever will be at the government should look at, because Romania needs this kind of big investors, and this kind of big investors needs to have clarity, and they have to be encouraged to stay. Okay, so this is. Then there is the topic of the household customer, that is not topic A, topic B. One is a priority and the other is not, okay? But as our colleague said, somebody needs to pay. So all these things have a price. The problem is that people, or we all together, we are not very keen in show the value. We think about the cost, but we are not having a clear outlook of the value, because anyone is available or more willing to pay something if the value is clear, if the value is created in time. If it's only about cost, okay, people will immediately think that somebody is grabbing their money out of their pocket. So is this something that can be achievable, that is achievable by one actor of the system? No. This is a discussion that has to be public, private, so state entities, private entities, and for this you need to have a common agenda. And so all of this to say that my priority would be to sit at a table and find these 2-3 things, data-driven, not political-driven, data-driven, that can create a common ground of discussion for the general public, investors, citizens, etc., etc., because people need to feel that there is a direction. And the actors in this system are doing something not because they are heretic, but because they have a vision, and they are consequent with this vision. It's very simple. It's not, and like every simple thing is the most hard to achieve. So I think that I covered both of your...
Yes. So we have 6 minutes left. So 2 minutes each. As geopolitical tensions with Iran and US, so no signs of resolution. Are you optimistic about the future of energy security and supplies in the next few months? Ms. Walton, sorry.
No.
No.
Yeah, so I don't think it takes 2 minutes to explain that. I think the political volatility is just too crazy to have any confidence about that in the next few months. I think a bit longer term, I have a lot more
what
confidence.
What would be the implications of...
Oh, you mean further volatility?
Yes, yes.
Oh, I think it will exacerbate the problems in the energy markets and create huge, in the energy markets, a lot more expense. But we have to look at the downstream problems with it. When you say the problem in Iran, you're talking about the Strait of Hormuz. Not only, other things come through it. It's a food crisis as well. So we have to, if we're looking outside of energy, which I think we have to, if you're talking about that problem, because of all the fertilizer that comes through. I mean, luckily that, you know, Americans worry about where their stuff they order from Amazon, will that come through it? No, that's safe. But food and the energy are, I think, are the two biggest worries. And I don't have a lot of confidence in the next few months that that's going to be resolved. It's just going to get worse.
I see. Mr. Rovnatsky, are you optimistic?
Well, I have to agree. I have to agree. I cannot be very optimistic about it. We have seen the initial results just in a couple of weeks and how this was affected. We've seen Europe is not that dependent on that type of energy, but now the markets are so interconnected that obviously it affects the whole world. And it's not simply about energy. Everything is based on energy, and it comes from this. So in that sense, there is a lot of uncertainty, and we cannot, find solutions when we are not certain about how this would further develop.
Okay. Mr. Menegatsu, how about you?
I'm more optimistic.
We are done.
This is the upside of dealing with electricity. So again, depends where we put the line of the worst case scenario. So if we are speaking about scarcity of electricity, I don't think it will be the case. Okay, which is something that, you know, it's already this time and era. It's something that is encouraging. There will be no scarcity of electricity. Price-wise, it's a different story, okay? But it's something that, you know, if you know that you will have a problem in that direction, then for me, the entire discussion that we are having about electricity is about efficiency. So, yes, there is a risk that prices will spike. And in this part of Europe, spikes are going to be more, let's say, hitting than in other parts, because we don't have the infrastructure, I mean the methodological, the regulatory, the institutional framework to, you know, create this pillow, okay, that can support people for 2-3 months, okay, and then you will find but if we speak about scarcity of energy, of electricity, I'm quite confident investment in energy, in electricity, mostly renewables, are up and running, flexibility with batteries, investment in grids that can ensure this flexibility to be delivered and used by the end customers. In Romania, we have around 300,000 prosumers that popped up in 3 years. So they are producing more than 2 nuclear reactors. And this is happening in less than 3 years. So to build a nuclear power plant, you need 10, 12, 15 years if you have luck, if you are lucky, with costs that are unpredictable because there is no nuclear plant that, you know, has the price that originally you designed. In 3 years, 300 citizens decided to be players in the energy market, and they did it. So you know what? Who wins always? Reality. Reality always wins, and reality is based on data. These are the data. So I'm optimistic because I see that people and customers are getting more and more interested in this sector. They are starting to be active participants, and this drives my optimism.
Nice. Thank you. Let's close this session with an optimistic view. And I want to thank you all for this discussion, this panel, and special thanks to the New Strategy Center for the collaboration and Mr. Scoutaro and his team. And thank you very much all. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us in this panel. Very hard theme, very hard subject for this panel. Actually, weapons of informational warfare. But as you can see, as the subject is very hard, very deep, a panel of, I think the only one here in these 2 days of conferences that is consisted of most of the women experts. So I will make some presentations. So I'm very comfortable with this. Let me be very sincere with you, because also women in information warfare, hybrid warfare, and you'll see our panelists today are extremely prepared and have a high level of expertise. So we'll have also the voice of the women here, and I will start to present myself. I am Milana Rotaru. I am a university professor of West University of Timișoara, and also a senior expert of a New Strategy Center for several years. And to be affirmative in our gender policy today in our panel, I will start with Mr. Michael Miklaucic. He is a senior fellow of Irregular Warfare Center in United States and also an advisor to École de Guerre in France and the Institute for State Effectiveness. He is also an academia representative of University of Chicago and University of Sao Paulo. But after his retirement of 40 years of activity in different departments of US government like USAID, State Department, and Department of Defense. Thank you, Mr. Miklaucic, for joining us today. And we hope we'll have plenty of time and vibrant discussions in our presentation together with our women colleagues here. So don't be shy.
Well, thank you very much. I'm happy to provide the gender balance.
The affirmative policies.
I'm also very at ease with this particular balance. No problem from my point of view. I'm a bit of an outlier on this panel, and this is why. My recent work has not been so much on the latest developments in Russian disinformation, but more on the development of a toolkit of offensive cognitive warfare weapons that we can use. This is inspired by US Cyber Command's programs of Hunt Forward and Defend Forward, which are an attempt to move the security perimeter in cyber warfare out from the United States, and in the case of Hunt Forward, to include our partners and allies behind that cyber security perimeter. We don't have such a thing in information warfare. And
one moment, sorry for interrupting, but I would like to present all our panelists, and then I will turn back to you.
Sorry, I misunderstood.
Don't worry, don't worry. Then I will go to Mrs. Charlotte Freise. I hope I pronounced correct with my German. Yeah. She is the co-lead of digitalization and the common good of Bertelsmann Stiftung in Germany, and an expert on projects that focuses on digital sphere, and she is also a designer. I like very much this expression, a designer of proposals and recommendations for different stakeholders in relation with disinformation. Thank you for joining us, Charlotte. Then I will move to our other panelist, Mrs. Svetlana Kovalchuk. She's an executive director of Yalta European Strategy and actively involved in international project of YES and Victor Pinchuk Foundation, and she is focusing on topics on world agenda for Ukraine, like YES annual meetings, World Economics Forum, and Munich Security Conference. Thank you for being here today. And the last, but one of my best friends, as I have friends ever that I can have here in academia and the renowned expert in Romania, Professor Alina Bârgăoanu. She's also a senior expert of New Strategy Center, but also the Dean of Faculty of Communication and Public Relation of National School of Political Science and Public Administration in Romania. And for many, many years already, Alina, she's a renowned, as I said before, a renowned expert in disinformation and strategic communication, and member of high-level EU groups. I will name some of her last activities and groups membership of hybrid threats, including disinformation, European Digital Media Observatory, and communication and health literacy. Thank you, Alina, and it's a pleasure again to be here with you today.
Thank you, and looking forward to the discussions.
So we're going back to our introductory input for our panelists, and I will go back to Mr. Miklaucic. I hope I didn't upset you somehow. Because the question, let's say general question that I will ask also our panelists to try to answer is what can be said new about information warfare? And how this information ecosystem, because we are talking about many, many years already, I feel I'm getting old about talking about information warfare. But again, information warfare is developing, is evolving, is transforming in terms of actors, in terms of process, in terms of content. And what can be added as novelty, as new in the information war, and how can be this subject addressed today in 2026? After electoral years, after elections, in politics, in new pressures regarding the, let's say, long-lasting war in Ukraine, the new war in Iran, and all the other pressures that are, let's say, more visible and have been added to our informational ecosystem. Professor Mikalchuk.
Thank you. Sorry to have jumped the gun. I'm just happy to be here. What's not new in discussions about disinformation is the idea that our response has to be resilient, reactive, defensive. The discussions that I've been in for the last 10 years really have been about how we have to attain media literacy, how we have to detect, expose, and shame Russia for its disinformation efforts. With the, I think, slightly diluted optimism that somehow that will deter Russian disinformation efforts in the future. Deterrence by denial. But I don't see that it has been effective because it imposes no cost on Russia. The cost of information operations is very low. So if one doesn't work, another can be tried. That's what I'm trying to get at with my current work, which I call Fight Forward. I think developing an offensive, non-reactive toolkit for our use against our adversaries is a new element in disinformation. But I actually want to showcase some work done by an organization that I'm affiliated with in Sofia, Bulgaria, called the Center for the Study of Democracy. And I'll begin with a parable. The parable, this is something new to me, and the parable is taken from the epic trilogy by the Chinese science fiction author Cixin Liu called The Three-Body Problem, in which he describes a situation in which an alien civilization from a distant galaxy whose planet is imploding decides that they want to occupy the Earth and replace humanity. But their strategy for doing it is very clever. It's not just to beat us with better weapons. It is to infect our knowledge ecosystem with false and erroneous information so that our attempts to develop sophisticated responses to their technology continue to fail. The algorithms don't add up because they've infected bad math into our system. Why is this relevant? Knowledge is not always right. For thousands of years, the common knowledge was that the Earth was the center of the universe, and that knowledge prevented all of the scientific progress that has happened since the Copernican revolution. Knowledge is not always right. What the recent study by the Center for the Study of Democracy calls Pravda's Web shows how Russia has used a web of static website, a network of static websites to saturate the web space with false and misleading information. This is a part, if you remember, 2 years ago, the French anti-disinformation agency Viginim exposed Portal Combat. This is a sub-ecosystem of Portal Combat. And the idea was to build, and effectively did build, for Bulgaria, this is a Bulgarian case study, a bot-based ecosystem publishing up to 6,000 pro-Kremlin propaganda articles per month. 6,000 pro-Kremlin articles per month consisting of, on a network of cookie-cutter static websites that lack any of the kind of human user interactions that we've come accustomed to, leading to the conclusion that these are actually websites meant to be conducive to web crawlers and other kinds of engines that collect information, not for human use. Their simplicity, their staticness, their one-dimensionality is highly conducive to bot-to-bot interactions such as accelerated reproduction, intensive dissemination, and amplification. So what they're doing is they're manipulating search engine or web crawler algorithms to increase the visibility and the rankings of their stories. There are thousands of stories that are gleaned from Russian-influenced or Russian-owned channels that are stored in this Pravda web, which becomes a central hosting point for extensive pro-Kremlin and propaganda deliberately designed for easy scraping and automatic copying to other platforms, not for human interaction. And anyone who knows anything about advertising realizes that constant repetition again and again and again will persuade you eventually that oranges cause cancer, or that Crimea has always been part of Russia, or that there is no such thing as Ukraine. It is just a part of Russia. If it's repeated often enough, you will eventually even hear those talking points in the United States Congress and maybe in your own organizations as well. This is creating a highly vulnerable attack surface for a very sophisticated and massive effort to control and shape the information environment, specifically in Bulgaria. But I suspect that the study would have similar findings if done in Romania or certainly in the United States. I'm just going to say one other thing about it, which is that the only conclusion that I found, I mean, everybody now uses LLMs to do research, right? I mean, we used to, whenever we had a question, we would ask Google. Now we ask ChatGPT, or we ask Gemini or Claude. And whatever the answer is, we assume that that is the right answer. That's the sea that we're swimming in. We assume it's right. But recent episodes have shown, especially in court documentation, that ChatGPT will create false citations, false cases, and American judges have truly castigated lawyers for doing that. But my point is zero trust. The same as in our cyber systems, don't trust everything you read. My last comment before I pass the microphone is Russia is not the only challenge here. China is getting really, really good at this too. and I'll highlight some work done by two colleagues at Vanderbilt University on a Chinese AI company called Golaki that has compiled massive, highly granular profiles of 2,000 American thought leaders, politicians, journalists, including 177 members of Congress, with which they can micro-target influence campaigns based on detected, known preferences, choices, and habits. So it's not just Russia. China is also a challenge. That's new to me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Miklaucic. I don't know, Marina, Charlotte, Svetlana. What is new? Or what is new or the novelty of the information warfare?
I thank you, first of all, for having me here, especially at this panel about Russian information warfare, because it is what really matters for Ukraine, because our Ukrainian experience shows that information warfare is not any more supportive tool. It's entire system of Russian weapons, which is part of diplomatic strategy, military strategy, political strategy. Information warfare became part of our daily life, because even when we wake up, we now in Ukraine, we are not sure it's a real news or it's fake news. It's a real story or it's not real story, because we already used to be disinformed, even what is going on the front line, what is going on in another city. Is it right that this or that city was again attacked? Is it right that nuclear power plant is occupied now by Russia? Is it in Russian hands or still it's Ukrainian hands? And what we got that actually Russia changed already strategy. Is several years ago, I would say when war started, and it is already 12 years ago, it was mostly about dissemination of the information, disinformation, and now we have new reality that what Russia is trying to do to spread distrust everywhere, to erode trust in institutions, in countries, in policies, in daily lives, in governments. Because in such way, you can be even more effective than on the front line, right? Disseminating some kind of not real information, you can influence public opinion, you can influence mood in the country, and of course you can influence election, yeah, like speaking about election. Or what is very important for Ukraine and what we are fighting very actively on a daily basis, it's really erode trust in Ukraine and in Ukrainian war, because for my country it's important to get support from our partners, and we really, like my president, my government, saying all the time that we're fighting on all fronts, on front line, on economic fronts, on information fronts, of course, and of course a big important has military support to Ukraine. And here we have to deal with Russian paradigm that military support to Ukraine will bring to non-ending war. And we have to deal it on a daily basis, because for us it's not only about non-ending war, it's for us a matter of survival, a matter of saving our countries, and of course what we are trying and what we're working with our partners, that Ukrainian security is security for the European country as well, because we're fighting not for ourselves, we're fighting for European countries as well. As it's like very bad story for my country, but as long as war will be at our territory, it will be not at another neighboring country, it's Baltic country or Poland or even Romania, right? But Russia is working with absolutely different paradigms. And of course, it's like entire ecosystem, and it's like changing and becoming bigger all the time. We all the time have to deal not only with chatbots, with bot farms, with, of course, Russian official news, unofficial news, but we have to deal also with the entire network of pro-Russian journalists, pro-Russian diplomats, actually pro-Russian lobbyists, which are all over the world. And it was not built during the last 5 or 10 years. It was built during the centuries. And you cannot counter it within 1 or 2 years. Yes, we are working on it. We became like laboratory of countering Russian warfare. And we now have our own strategy how to deal it. And what is good that my government could unite official efforts of civil society, efforts of medians, and also to work with people. Because now everyone, even my nephew, knows that it's necessary to check every pictures you see in social media. Because you know now, is it truth or it is facts? And of course it disappears. And what is also awful that Russia manipulates with situation at the front line, with victims, with soldiers. It influences every family. And I remember that at the beginning of the war, the influence was much more bigger than now, because now we learn how to react. It happens because everyone understands that Russian warfare is even more serious than situation in the front line, and you can combat it only if you unite all efforts. And it's very often that it happens that we have a military attack and then we have information attack, right? Like it happens in military attack on our energy infrastructure. In news, what we get that Ukraine bombarded itself, right? And we need to deal, we need to prove that it was not our drones, not our Shaheds, that it's not us who destroying our energy infrastructure, that we are fighting against it. So my summary is very short. Everyone should fight against warfare because it's big, it became complex, and you're not all the time sure that it's truth, where it's fake.
Thank you, Svetlana. Thank you very much. Charlotte, Alina, Watkins, Charlotte. Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much for the kind words. I think for us, like we've been working in this field for 5 years, and because you ask what's new, I think new is how we approach this topic maybe. So our research focus shifted on 2-3 things actually, to social media platforms, but also to data and AI infrastructure. And I actually wanted to start with a short story from Germany, which is, it's not fake, it's actually real. It happened 2 years ago. It's a leak. It's very established media outlets in Germany got leaked information about a so-called social design agency, a Russian company where around 100 people work. And what they do every day is they monitor media outlets in Germany. They monitor what our politicians say in public. They also monitor opinion leaders, in general discourse, how Germans think about topics and what they, more importantly, what they fight about. And what they then do is they identify the most controversial topics and then generate and execute disinformation campaigns. And I wanted to bring this example because in the same year, also 2 years ago, we had farmers' protests. I don't know if this is more in national news in Germany, but it was really big. And these protests also have been used by Russian disinformation campaigns to make a link to the support, to the financial and military support of Ukraine. And what was also leaked is really interesting. It was actually on one PowerPoint slide was the goals of this Russian company, what they actually wanted to do. And it was to raise the voters for the AfD, for the right-wing extremist party in Germany, by 20%. It was to increase Germans' fear of the future, and it was to spread the perception that Germany is in its biggest social and economic crisis since its beginning. And everything, or the constantly used narratives, were always linked to the support of the Ukraine. So they wanted to make sure that Germans think, I'm in an economic worse position because our government supports the Ukraine. And I wanted to share this also, not just to give you an example of what's happening in Germany and how this is linked to the war against Ukraine, but also because the ecosystem, like you said, behind that is so sophisticated. So we see not only bots spreading these campaigns, but also people working in these companies every day to create false accounts, to create, you probably have heard of the doppelganger campaign, a way that established media outlets' websites got copied and obviously faked, and then these false accounts, for example, see an article by Spiegel online, and then they comment on this article and try to divert people with a link to the fake websites. And with AI, or the like you said, the fact that AI technologies are so accessible, it makes this so much easier. And I'm not a military expert, but I think the similarity here in the Russian tactic is you need a lot of soldiers. Maybe they're not that trained, but they have a lot of them, and it's the same with disinformation. These campaigns are not very sophisticated. You are still able to recognize and consider them, but there are so many that it's getting very hard to, to detect them. And so I talked about the ecosystem, and I think what is maybe not new, but I would like to bring as a message is, I think informational warfare is no longer a side element of conflict. At least in Russia, we see it's been used as a strategic instrument that's integrated not only in cyber attacks or military operations, but in political influence, in diplomacy, in a foreign policy architecture as a whole. And the objective is not necessarily, in my opinion, persuasion, is more, at least what we see from the campaigns in Germany, is confusion, polarization, and to erode trust and cohesion. So the end goal might be that nobody knows what's the truth anymore, that you don't trust the government, and maybe at best you don't trust, the citizens around you. So maybe just a few key takeaways I would love to discuss and hear from your perspectives also. I think it's ongoing, and we have to focus more on long-term strategies, and in Germany at least efforts tend to increase during election times, and I think we have to not just think in election cycles and not just think in conflict cycles, but treat this topic as an ongoing challenge. And yes, we need to strengthen media literacy. We need to make sure that we have good media ecosystems that are independent, but also we have to increase transnational coordination. And I don't know how you think about that, but I hear this a lot. Also at these forums, we hear so many people saying we need more cooperation, but I think we have to have a debate about who sets up the structures for these coordinations, who puts resources into this coordination, who makes sure people have the time and the resources to connect with people from other countries, because these campaigns are not national. They have a local dimension, but they are executed in a transnational way. So how do we come by that? And last but not least, just because that's a bit of my background, I think we have to think more about the infrastructure dimension. We have to invest in digital technologies, made in Europe, and I know it's not an ICT infrastructure panel, but I think when we talk about a more holistic security architecture, we have to include that building a digital sovereign Europe that's less dependent on technology made in China, made in the US is very crucial. Maybe leaving it like that.
Thank you very much for the key points, Charlotte. Yes, we will go back to our takeaways, to your takeaways, because I also have some ideas. This morning there was a very nice syntagm that I have heard from our director of Department of National Cybersecurity that I liked very much, and I wrote it down. He said something like cybersecurity is a sports team. So probably about related to what you said, also acting or trying to destructure and understand the information warfare and came with the proactive measures is also and should be a sports team regarding the interconnectivity and transnational coordination. Professor Bergawan, please.
Very briefly, to answer to your question, what is new about the contemporary information warfare? I have become bored of what I have been saying for the last 10 years, that everything is new about the information warfare. And I think that the biggest mistake was to approach this new phenomenon with old intellectual tools, saying, oh, we have seen this kind of propaganda, it is something old with some social media features, and I think that this poisoned the whole debate and the whole response or policy response. So again, this is my intellectual viewpoint, that really, apart from some tactics, everything is new about the infrastructure in which contemporary propaganda is playing out. But what is really, really new, I think, I'm trying not to repeat myself, especially in this kind of high-profile forum. And I think there are something that you have touched upon, so it is a good opportunity to reinforce them. So I think that what is really, really new, apart from the technological ecosystem, is how central information warfare is to diplomacy, as an instrument of diplomacy, and as an instrument of statecraft. This is why historical comparisons have limited value, because of course every warfare has been accompanied by efforts to disrupt public opinion or to build trust of public opinion, but now these kind of endeavors are central to diplomacy and are central to statecraft. So I think this is really new compared to other periods of history. Otherwise, we'll make very complacent comparisons. Oh, but also Napoleon said that we need to build public opinion trust. And for example, coming to very recent situations, I have come to the conclusion that it is easier, and I think that this is a pretty common conclusion. It is easier to instate a blockade, for example. It is easier to eliminate high military targets. It is easier to decapitate the entire leadership of a regime, for example. And it is not that easy to maintain the support of a public opinion, including the support of your closest supporters. The effort to build trust of public opinion for internal and for external audiences appears to be 10,000 more difficult than doing exquisite military actions. And I agree from this point of view with the assessment of the Trump administration that what has happened in the Middle East are exquisite military actions. But this is only half of the story. I would say probably less than half of the story. And again, this is a major realization for me in real life and in real time, that it is more difficult to maintain and to build trust of public opinion for internal audiences and for external audiences, including, again, for your closest supporters. I think that this is completely new. No matter how many comparisons we will look for in history, I don't think that we'll find such a situation when perfection almost in kinetic actions is not matched, not even close, with some approximation to build and to maintain the support of public opinion. So again, this reinforces your argument that it has become a central instrument of diplomacy end of statecraft. The second new thing is that is something that feeds into the title of our panel, Weapons of Information Warfare. I think that the main weapon of information warfare against Western audiences is our attention. I mean, this is the main weapon. And this is many times self-induced, because this kind of attention is engineered to react to certain things. So we are acting in an, this is a core feature of the contemporary public spaces in Western democracies, that they are attention-driven. And again, this is not something, people's attention is too small. Let's scold people that they should pay more attention. But this is a technological thing, and to be more precise, this is an engineering thing. That the current contemporary spaces is not social media, because this kind of platformization logic has flown into mass media too, that they're attention-driven. And the algorithms are engineered in order to reward short-time attention, divisive speech, polarizing speech, and these are ranked higher in order to maintain our attention. So we are facing a hugely engineering problem, but of course the answer is not engineering in nature, it's not technological in nature, but it is both engineering, technological, social, psychological, and cultural at the same time. And the third thing, and I will close this formal remark, I think that what is really, really new in our Western democracies, liberal democracies, we can discuss the terms, is how embedded hostile influence narratives have become into domestic conversations. There is a lot of research, and there is a lot of discussion about what it is called FIMI. You are all familiar with the term, foreign information manipulation and interference. But I would make the extreme point that there is no such thing. There is only FIMI in combination with DIMI, with domestic information manipulation interference. So foreign interference and foreign influence doesn't come up as a spray which is thrown at our societies, and guess overnight we have discovered that there are some leaflets in our postal box offices. There is no such thing. But most of the time, I think that FIMI and DIMI reinforce each other with some digital echoes, to the point where the internal conversations are indistinguishable from the foreign influence. And I think that this is a very new development, and this creates a very difficult discussions in liberal democracies, how to deal with this, how to counter, what is protected by free speech, what can be clearly delimited as being FIMI. So again, centrality, what you have touched upon, attention-driven economy and attention-driven public spaces, and the embeddedness of foreign influence into domestic conversations.
Thank you very much, Professor Burganu. Thank you very much, Alina. Yes, we have made some, let's say, mapping of the novelty in the information war space, but there were some ideas, and I think some of them were not touched deeply enough. And I will propose to you again, because some of you sensed some messages in this case. How technology, especially AI, is transforming these weapons, this arsenal of weapons, and how is the public space being weaponized, and who is actually in charge for setting the public agenda in our informational environment. Is the Russian propaganda or Russian, let's say, initiatives? Is the national state initiative is a central type of developing, or I don't know, it's a competition between different stakeholders, non-statal actors, to set the public agenda with the help of AI technologies. So the public space, for example, in European Union member states can be considered a weaponized space, public space? Yes, of course, it's your turn.
That's right, gender balance. Before I address that, let me just, as you were talking, I thought again about what is new. I guess part of that depends on what do you mean by new? Are we talking about the last year? 5 years ago, who had ever heard of ChatGPT or large language models? 10 years ago, who had really thought, other than a few computer wizards, about artificial intelligence? So I would say that something that is quite new is, in the last 15, 20 years, is the fact that everybody is connected now. Everyone is online. This was never the case before. We have 6 billion mobile phone users in the world. At any one time, 1 billion people are online on the computer. That's new. Something else that's new, really new and very odd to me, is something called influencers. I never, when I was growing up, when I was trying to choose my career, that wasn't one of the options. I had never heard of influencers, but now there are people who have millions of followers, and I don't know why, but that exists now. So that's something that's a little bit new. And I just, if I may, I wanted Alina to say, you said that you think that information warfare as statecraft is new. Yes and no. Ecclesiastes tells us that there's nothing new under the sun. I was part of what I consider one of the most successful information warfare campaigns of the 20th century. I know we're now in the 21st century, but if some of you remember Project Democracy, which began in 1985 under President Ronald Reagan, the United States and its allies in Europe mounted a global campaign to flood the zone with information about how countries would be more prosperous and happier under democratic regimes. And it was an absolutely comprehensive campaign that used radio, television, print media, diplomacy, all of the tools, all of the elements of national strength and allied strength. And it brought down the Soviet Union, the Warsaw Pact. It brought down the ideology of communism. So it was a very effective statecraft use of information warfare, although we didn't describe it that way at the time. Now, retroactively, I feel that is what I was doing back in the 1980s and the 1990s. I think I'll pass it on to others, having said that.
Thank you. Charlotte.
So yes, I think, like I said before, AI technology especially, just, I think you touched this as well, it changes the way we produce and consume knowledge, and this has something to do with the information space. But, and of course it makes it easier and way faster to produce also fake content, orchestrated campaigns, but also we gain, like in theory at least, we gain tools that may help detect information, disinformation campaigns faster. I think the issue isn't per se the technology. I think it's more the power dynamics that we see are who produces or who develops these kind of technologies and who owns them. And I think this is the issue we see here. You talked about the attention economy, the way social media platforms are technically designed. They don't have to be designed that way, but platform owners gain money with us being on them for a very long time, so they gain ad revenue and so on. And the issue is that we don't have 200 platforms, we just have a few in the hands of a few people who then, of course, also design the rules for our public spaces. And this should not be designed by private companies. And, but this is, I think, not something new, but it's just that people like Elon Musk well, maybe for some people they change their political view. I don't think so. I think Silicon Valley has always been very opportunistic, and it's just a different government now. But I wanted to say that technology is neutral. It's just what's not neutral is how we use it and who designs it and develops it. And I think this has become a bigger issue now for Europe, because this challenge of the information space, you said it's also a question of engineering. How do we react to campaigns that are so fruitful on social media platforms that benefit these campaigns? What do we do about that? And how do we, and this is maybe also a question for Michael, because you mentioned a good example for a campaign that's pro-democracy. Do we have to get better in coming up with campaigns that speak to people, that address people, counter narratives? Like, what's the role of democratic governments and actors in this information space? Where are visible voices, influencers who promote not anger, but a democratic lifestyle?
We have the case of the last elections in Republic of Moldavia, where the social media influencers actually turn or contribute a lot for pro-European party and sustain. And against the reverse medal was Romania, where we didn't see coming.
And you also, in Romania, you have the example of an election that had to be repeated because of European law. And this brings me to the last point. I think it's not only about promoting democracy campaigns, it's also about explaining policy better in democratic societies. I mean, if we have a US government who's been targeting European regulation for social media platforms, framing it as censorship, that's so successful because we just lacked the opportunity to explain to European citizens why this rules makes their online experience safer. But if people don't understand what the policies, what the rules, how they affect their personal life, it gets very easy for non-democratic actors to get into these topics and offer a different narrative that speaks to emotions and that often, addresses people very, very well. This goes a little bit back from your technology question.
No, it was just a point that I would have. Of course, they are related, but I try to make some ideas. I will, because we have still 10 minutes, and I would like to have probably some audiences. I will go back to you, Svetlana and Alina. We know now what has been happening. We are tired of analyzing or trying to understand what is happening and what is coming to us. In EU, in European space, in European public space, in European enforcement law, in United States, and so on and so on. But I have been discussing with Alina earlier, and this is a question that we are asking ourselves, actually. We seem every time that we are waiting for something to happen, to wait those tsunamis, to wait those waves of coming, and you don't know what, or from where, or so on. So what can we do, because we always feel like we are one step behind, and what hasn't worked so far in this endeavor of ours to see and to understand our competitors, our adversaries, our enemies, and so on? Alina, I will ask Alina and then Svetlana.
Okay, so what hasn't worked? Yeah, and I think this also feeds into what you said about coming up with counter narratives of the main idea of what to do about it. There are many things that haven't worked, and probably my pessimism is tinted by the Romanian situation. I do not want to become too pessimistic, and I don't think that Romania is such an outlier, but I think that what has been happening in Romania for the past 10 years, let's say, is pretty representative for the whole transatlantic space. And again, we can have a whole discussion only about what hasn't worked. But in order to also fit the discussion about counter-narratives, I think that what hasn't happened, and it isn't happening, is that we do not acknowledge the thing that contemporary disinformation, information warfare, hostile influence, fills a huge communication void that is left by the decision makers. During the pandemic, this void was filled by people saying that, oh, we care for your feelings. So the disinformation actors provided people with the idea that they belong to a community, that somebody sees them and that they are not invisible. Hello, I'm here and I matter. This is one of the strongest reasons that is indicated by research why people engage with propaganda, disinformation, misleading information, false information, even knowing that that information has these kind of characteristics. So they do not care about the information as such, but they want to show somebody that they exist and that their life should be acknowledged. So I think that one huge mistake is, again, not to pay attention that disinformation actors, most of the time, have filled a huge communication and psychological void that was left by the people who were supposed to fill in that kind of void. And we have very, very concrete examples about the current public opinion in Romania, and I think that I hope that this will be a major takeaway, especially for our international guests. In Romania, according to public opinion polls, and not to public opinion polls, but to longitudinal measurements during for the past 6 years, shows that only 9% of the Romanians consider that EU is a defense actor. Only 9%, which is close to nobody. I mean, nobody in Romania, again exaggerating, takes the topic seriously that EU is a defense actor. This leaves a huge communication void to be filled with all kinds of ideas and interpretation that the EU is leaving, that the EU does not have the capacity, that there is a transatlantic clash between this. So if only 9% of the Romanians have EU as a defense sector on their mind, this is a huge communication void, which is a low-hanging fruit for hostile influence. And these are facts. I mean, these are not my interpretations. It's not about one public opinion poll, but again, it is about longitudinal belief measurements for the past 6 years. This is what every public poll in Romania shows consistently, that EU is not perceived as a defense actor. And again, this void is a low-hanging fruit for all kinds of misleading interpretations that are very familiar to all of you, that there is a transatlantic divide, that the US is abandoning us, that the EU does not have the capacity. I mean, really talking about the embeddedness of foreign influence into internal conversations. This is part of our internal conversations, because again, this has filled a void that nobody takes that framing seriously. Who is supposed to provide this framing? Of course, you cannot leave it to the NGOs, to the academic sector, but this is an instrument of statecraft at a national level and at the EU level. So very concrete things in order not to come up with the philosophy of mind, how mind works, but I think that we have to acknowledge that most of the time, probably all of the time, hostile influence actors filled communication voids that were left as voids by the people who are supposed to fill them with emotional content, with psychological support, with policy guidance, with the idea about how future looks like, with hope and with confidence.
Thank you, Alina. Yes, this is one of the questions we have been asking before. So what is happening in EU or in European space? Are we still a target? Are we still an experiment? Or a subject of the information warfare? Or we can try to lead the counteracting or strengthen our resilience. So, Svetlana.
Again, I would say from...
How is the public space reinforced in Ukraine?
From Ukrainian side, counteracting against information warfare is possible, but what is necessary, we need to be active, rather active than proactive, than reactive. We need to have clear strategy, and of course we need to be very, very quick, because now there is a very well-known saying, when light travels around the world, trust will still wear its trousers. So quickness and speed matters a lot. And what matters also coordination, because as I told previously, we really succeed to unite efforts of our governments, of our civil society, of our media representatives. Only if we are united and coordinate our efforts, we can be effective.
Thank you. Ms. Kalchuk? You wanted to add something earlier, and I don't want to consider that.
You asked what hasn't worked, and I just wanted to say two things haven't worked. One is dismissing and ignoring the problem, which, at least in my government, at the highest levels, is a continual battle trying to persuade the Joint Staff or the policy part of the Pentagon, or let alone the White House, that information warfare is real warfare. And the other thing that hasn't worked is, and I mentioned it earlier, is deterrence by denial. It doesn't impose a high enough cost on our adversaries to deter them from persistent efforts to undermine our solidarity through information warfare. Those were the 2 points I wanted to make.
Thank you very much. Charlotte, what hasn't worked?
I think I can second that, Michael. I think what hasn't worked in Germany is a rather passive government in this area. We have a very strong civil society, a very good media ecosystem, but our government is, compared to, for example, France or Sweden, very careful in, for example, coming up with an institution, with an agency that tries to coordinate and that's actually active in detecting foreign influence operations. And I know from discussions with our Ministry of the Interior, which is in lead of countering disinformation in Germany. It's not the Federal Foreign Office, it's the Ministry of the Interior. They are very scared of being called a Ministry of the Truth, and I can understand that, but sometimes I feel you should rather, or it has not worked very well for them because they're being called this anyways. They should come up with a narrative again. What is the role of a democratic government in this field? What are the boundaries? What are the checks and balances? And how can a government find a more proactive approach in this? Is this really, how do we come up with a strategic, democratic form of communication maybe without, endangering freedom of speech, freedom of expression and all that. And I think it has not been worked very well for a lot of European governments to be too scared of doing something that could be labeled as censorship. It has been labeled anyways as censorship now by the US government. And
it was branded.
Or branded. There's even like a document by the current administration where organizations and European regulation is noted. So, yeah, I would wish for a better coordination, learn from your colleagues in France and in Sweden, and a more proactive communication of what a government's role in the information space and countering disinformation is and what's not, and make that accessible to people, make them understand, include them in discussions. I think the whole of the society is needed for this challenge, and but who is responsible to set this up is the government. So, yeah. I hope you are going to ask what has been successful as well, to not end on this.
Yeah, but I leave if there are some observations or some questions from the public. Yes, please.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ilias Bărcea. I'm a political scientist. My question, of course, coming with a comment before, would be that, for example, elections in Romania were actually saved by the fact that we had strong institutions protecting liberal values, and the fundamental one was that votes by men are equally counted, as opposed to, well, bots that are these days setting the narrative for us. My question would be, would you say that it's also an asymmetric war because states are now fighting large platforms, and it's actually reinvention, let's say, of money against political power?
The question is addressed to a particular speaker, or
whomever would like to tackle it.
Actually, it's a symmetric war anyway. It doesn't matter. It's a state who has to react, or military unit, or some other parties or forces, or me or my colleagues like a person, because it's all about asymmetry when we speak about AI and new technologies.
Yes, and very shortly, it's asymmetric, and this fits into what I try to say, that it is central to statecraft, meaning that it is used by small state actors in exquisite forms against superpowers. This is what I meant by centrality of statecraft, that it is used by countries who punch way above their weight in order to paralyze big powers, really big powers economically, militarily, technologically. So I think that this is the biggest development of our time, that it is used asymmetrically by small or medium powers, again, countries that punch way above their economic, political, or technological weight. And about the Romanian elections, I think that annulling elections is an extraordinary event, that's for sure. I have been saying repeatedly that we shouldn't be too harsh on institutions that they didn't see it coming, because this is how influence is designed, not to be visible in the first place. It is invisible by design. That there were visible signs that weren't detected. This is another discussion. But I think that the main takeaway out of the Romanian annulled elections, they prove that influence is invisible by design, and that we should refine our measurements and our tools to detect public opinion. It is not somebody, oh, we should increase our capacity to detect weak signals. No, it is our capacity to detect micro signals that can become exponential under the right circumstances. So this will be, I try to answer your comment and hopefully your question too.
Are there any other comments or questions that need to be asked? Yes, please.
Thank you. Richard Levey from the British Embassy here in Bucharest. We've been engaging quite a lot on this topic over the past year and beyond. My question is coming from the UK's increasingly got a emphasis on the disrupting side, so whether that's what Michael was saying about, you know, raising the costs to the information networks that are kind of conducting information warfare, whether that's through more aggressive measures or whether that's through things like sanctions and exposure. But I suppose my question is, what's your advice to the Romanian government at this moment? So we've had lots of talk about kind of a report on what happened, but not had anything released yet. So kind of what's your advice to the Romanian government at this stage in terms of how to handle the kind of slightly unanswered questions around what happened with the elections and going forward when it comes to taking a more disruptive approach?
A very, very short answer, if it's possible, because already the organizers are telling us that we are a little bit late. But we started later with 2 minutes, so I'm asking for my 2 minutes.
So really I'm not in a, it sounds a little bit patronizing if we put it like an advice, so I'm not in that position, but my professional suggestion, first one is framed in a negative way. I think that one of the biggest temptations which hasn't worked is to try to incorporate parts of the liberal speech, of the disinformation speech, into the mainstream. This has been disproven by social science repeatedly. I mean, this is like law of gravitation in social sciences, that by trying to incorporate parts of the disinformation in liberal anti-European speech into your main discourse, this only backfires and this only legitimizes the initial speech in the first place. So I think this is a temptation that should, excuse my normative term, but that this is how the question was framed. So I think that this temptation should be resisted at all costs. And again, this temptation has been disproven by social science research all over the transatlantic space. And second thing, my advice feeds into what I have just said. We should improve our capacity to detect weak or micro signals very, very early. Once things start to show up in public opinion polls, or in public sentiment social media listening schools, it is already too late and there is nothing much left to do about it. So disruption should come very, very early based on micro signals. And it's very difficult because the public space, which is technological in nature, functions according to exponential logic. So something which is very, very weak at some point can really explode under the right circumstances. And I think that the traditional public opinion measurements works in linear ways. 45% versus 55%, this is completely obsolete. So again, refining our capacity to detect micro signals and to trust people who are saying that this is a relevant micro signal, even if it is not detectable with your eyes open.
Thank you very much, Alina, and thank you also for your questions. We are running out of time, and I know that 2 minutes counts a lot in our panel. But I will not close the panel before I thank you all very much for joining and for making your time to discuss such an important theme, subject. Thank you for joining our panel. Thanks for the audience to join our panel, our feminist panel, George. So taking about information. And probably the next year we will, if our organizers will let us again to have this kind of women gender balanced and total panel, we'll answer the next to our question, what has been successfully done to tackle disinformation since last year, yes. Thank you very much, and be prepared for our next panel. Thank you.
Bună ziua, bine ați venit. Hello everyone, welcome. And it is my absolute pleasure to be working in concert with the New Strategy Center as one of their many subject matter experts, but also as the president and founder of the Romanian chapter of the Association of the United States Army. I know at least one person on this panel knows what AUSA is, 2 million members strong, and we have a chapter here that supports our U.S. soldiers forward stationed and forward deployed in Romania. So my absolute thanks to Mr. George Scutaru and the New Strategy Center for allowing the Association of the United States Army to partner on this panel. One of my absolute favorite topics about military mobility, and I know the name of this panel is A Long Road to Tipperary. I think Tipperary is about an hour north of Bucharest, by the way. But I used to work for a gentleman by the name of General Ben Hodges, who now is coming through the door, so now I'm going to be even more self-conscious, sir. Thank you very much. And General Hodges, at one point when I was a member of his staff, used to say, amateurs think operations, experts think logistics. And he would tie that discussion to military mobility and the importance of being able to get soldiers' supplies to the fight as being paramount and being really difficult work to do. And here on Romania's eastern flank, nowhere is that more important, where roads, where bridges were not necessarily designed to handle things like the M1 tank and other armored vehicles. So it is with that small intro that we will lead into the panel. And since experts think logistics and military mobility, we certainly have experts that are assigned to this panel today. And from my right to my left, some brief intros. First and foremost, Lieutenant General retired Charles Hooper, who joined the Cohen Group as a senior counselor in October 2020, following a 41-year military career. His most senior role was Director of the Defense Security Cooperation Agency, where he oversaw more than $50 billion in annual U.S. arms sales and 20,000 personnel worldwide. He also served as a U.S. Defense Attaché to China, accumulating 7 years in Beijing, and as senior U.S. defense official at the Chief of the Office of Military Cooperation, U.S. Embassy in Cairo. General, welcome. Second, someone whom I know quite well, Mr. Ionel Scrișteanu. He has served as the State Secretary of the Romanian Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure since November of 2019, where he oversees the naval infrastructure sector and coordinates military mobility policy. He previously held senior public administration roles, including at the leadership level of Ilfov County Council. Welcome, Mr. State Secretary. Someone else who I am fond of perhaps calling a battle buddy, General Gologan, Major General Mircea Gologan, serves as the Deputy Chief of Defense for Resources of the Romanian Armed Forces since December 2024. Over a 3-decade military career, he has held senior command and staff positions both nationally and within NATO structures, including NATO headquarters and Allied Command Transformation. He holds a PhD in military sciences and has deployed on international missions in Bosnia and Herzegovina and Afghanistan, where he served as Romania's senior national military representative. General, welcome. Another person whom I know well, and certainly no stranger to the New Strategy Center, Brigadier General Hans Dahmen, retired, served in the Royal Netherlands Army for 40 years. He worked as a soldier and diplomat and was the first leader of the PESCO project for military mobility. During his career, he was recognized as the best civil servant of the Netherlands, 2013, and logistics guru, 2018. I would like that title, sir. I would like guru anything as a title. He currently works as a strategic advisor at Sparcom and remains committed to international stability and world peace. Welcome, General. And finally, Alexandru Petkovic is the infrastructure director of the Prager Global Network. Alex has over 14 years of experience across both public and private infrastructure sectors in Romania. Formerly worked on the beneficiary public authority side at National Roads Company, Regional Roads and Bridges, Directorate Cluj. Currently oversees major contractor infrastructure projects, including the North Bucharest Ring Highway, focused on aligning Romanian infrastructure development with NATO mobility and strategic transport requirements. Sir, as someone who drives that beltway often, mulțumesc tare mult, that's one of the projects I'm most interested in. So thank you and welcome to you all. So the way this will work, each individual will have approximately 5 to 6 minutes for an intervention based on the topic of military mobility. Certainly one of the questions that we hope to address is, to what extent do infrastructure limitations undermine NATO's ability to implement its defense plans in Europe and in the Black Sea region? These and other questions related to mobility are what the panel will ask. And then I will immediately go to all of you for questions. And if not, I will have some questions prepared myself. So General, over to you. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Dave. I really appreciate it. It's good to be here with you all today to talk about this topic, which I think is at the core of NATO's ability to fulfill its mission, but is often overlooked. I was talking to Hans before our panel. It's often overlooked in favor of operations and politics. And I've been thinking, logistics always takes a back seat. Maybe we need the American actor Tom Hanks to make a movie about logistics. Okay? He's just finished his latest series on World War II. By all accounts, it's one of the best ever filmed. And so I think if we had Tom Hanks make a movie about NATO logistics, with Tom Cruise starring as the tough Romanian logistics officer with a heart of gold, maybe we could get some attention placed on logistics. So the fundamental question is this: can the alliance, and especially the United States, actually move, reinforce, and sustain combat power fast enough to implement its defensive plan in Europe, especially in the Black Sea region? And I would say right now the answer is yes, but with growing difficulty. Okay? The core issue is not whether or not NATO or the United States possesses the military power. It does. The issue is whether NATO can translate that power into the operational effect quickly enough under modern wartime conditions. Okay? Increasingly, the limited factor is not combat capability alone. As our moderator said, it is infrastructure, logistics, and strategic mobility. And this is particularly the case when you consider that the U.S. may have to divide its strategic mobility assets between Europe, the Middle East, and the Indo-Pacific. So for decades after the Cold War, NATO optimized its expeditionary operations for places like Afghanistan. And today, regrettably, the alliance must again prepare for large-scale territorial defense in Europe. That requires moving a massive amount of equipment, armor, fuel, ammunition, air defense systems, and sustainment supplies across this continent and across the Atlantic Ocean. But Europe's transportation architecture was largely designed for commercial efficiency and not wartime reinforcement. And as a result, the infrastructure limitations now imposed major operational friction on NATO's defense plans. And many of you won't be surprised by this, but it includes ports that cannot rapidly absorb military surge traffic, rail systems with bottlenecks and incomplete standards, bridges unable to support heavy armored formations, fuel distribution, airfields vulnerable to missile attacks, slow border crossing permissions, and insufficient stockpiles of repair supplies. Now, these don't make a NATO defense impossible, but they will create delays, and time is not our friend. In modern warfare, delays are strategic vulnerabilities, and the problem is especially acute on NATO's eastern flank. Now, we all know the Black Sea flank presents a uniquely difficult operational environment for NATO. Of course, our allies here in Romania, Bulgaria, Turkey, and others anchor the southeastern flank, but the region faces several constraints simultaneously. First and foremost is Russian anti-access and missile capabilities in Crimea, which are within reach of this area. Limited naval maneuverability, governed by the Montreux Convention, political differences among allies, limited redundancy in transportation, and heavy dependence on a small number of ports and corridors. And what this means in practical reasons is NATO cannot rely solely on maritime reinforcement. Instead, we must depend heavily on land corridors, rail mobility, airlift, river transport along the Danube, and I had a great conversation with my colleague Ben Hodges about this, fuel pipelines and logistics hubs. You know, I remember about a year ago I took a train to Kyiv, and of course you have to go to the Polish border and take the train to Kyiv, and I had a great visit to Kyiv. And I remember as we approached the Ukrainian border seeing miles and miles of trucks backed up on roads. And of course, as an old infantryman, the only thing I could think of is, wow, what a great target for all those trucks. And so this is part of the problem we have. Romania's port constraints in Constanța have become especially important because it serves as one of NATO's key logistic gateways into the Black Sea theater. And of course, it's adjacent to MK, the base down there, and that makes it very important. But it also makes it vulnerable. Okay? So the real challenge here is not only moving forces in theater, but sustaining them under attack. Now, people talk about civilian transportation networks and wartime transportation networks as if they're two different things. Hey, guess what? The transportation network is the transportation network, okay? Wartime or peacetime, okay? We rely heavily on commercial rail operators, civilian truck fleets, port authorities, commercial shipping, airports, telecommunications, and energy grids, okay? Every architecture is a dual-use architecture, okay? But they were not designed to support military operations. So this requires several reforms. NATO and the European Union should need what many analysts would call a military Schengen agreement. In other words, the ability to cross borders easily without having to coordinate, okay? And that would be for hazardous cargo, heavy equipment, rail access, and airspace transit. Second, civilian infrastructure upgrades must be built to military standards. That means stronger bridges. We talked about the fact that most of the bridges in Europe cannot support the M1 Abrams tank, and that's a problem, okay? Expanded rail sidings, roll-on, roll-off port facilities, hardened fuel depots, airfields capable of supporting heavy transport aircraft. Third, NATO must routinely exercise with civilian transport providers. Future exercises should simulate, not wave away, simulate port congestion, rail disruption, cyber attacks, drone strikes, sabotage, refugee flows, and fuel shortages. Okay? Because these are the conditions that are likely to define any future conflict with Russia. And let me talk about my country for a minute here. At the U.S. level, the single greatest strategic mobility concern is sea lift. We have about 125 ships in our military sea lift command. They are old, and we're not building ships the way we should and the way we need to. Heavy armor, ammunition, fuel, engineering equipment, and sustainment stocks have to be moved by sea. Now, we have 225 C-17s and 52 C-5s, but they can't fly everything here that everyone's going to need. We need ships to do that, okay? We have a Merchant Marine Academy. Most of the graduates of that Merchant Marine Academy go to work for other flagships under other flags, not U.S. Merchant Marine. We don't have a Merchant Marine. And so we have a shortage of ships and a shortage of people to pilot those ships, okay? We need to expand our pre-positioned stocks in Europe. APS-2, which is the stock that's here in Europe, is absolutely essential. We need to harden logistics nodes. We need better fuel resilience, more munition storage, improved repair capacity, greater redundancy across transportation networks, because modern warfare is contested logistics from day one, to what your boss used to say. Okay, and I'm going to finish here. But the bottom line here is the EU has earmarked $70 billion and identified 500 priority infrastructure projects, but independent auditors have flagged that the funding is still short, project selection does not reflect military urgency, and the bureaucratic hurdles remain. We have not done enough. And I can say that especially here in the Black Sea region where we are vulnerable. Okay? Strategic mobility must be treated as a core element of deterrence. We need it, and the alliance, if the alliance can move, reinforce, repair, and sustain combat power under attack, we will have a chance of being successful in this fight that we have to face together. And I'll stop there.
General, thank you very much. Domnul Secretar de Stat.
I will kindly ask you to take headsets for the interpretation. I will be speaking in Romanian. First of all, thank you for your invitation. You should be hearing me on channel 2, yeah. First of all, thank you for the invitation. Hello, everyone. Romania has taken specific steps ever since 2020 to develop and build dual-use infrastructure, civil and military. We first of all build for the economic environment this infrastructure, but the investment plan set up in 2020 and approved in 2021, we stressed and included projects with, and we've provided greater scores to projects that provide dual use. For military mobility, as I see it, and the analyses that we have received from the Ministry of Defense, I would see it in four main ideas. It's not just about infrastructure, and it is very well that the base is the infrastructure. The second point consists in means of transport that use this infrastructure, especially for rail infrastructure. These means of transport that have to serve civilians and military purposes. The third point, as we heard General Harper saying, is the military Schengen, allowing mobility between the states so that we can take bureaucratic procedures and have a very easy transit of the borders. And the fourth point would be the hybrid war and the vulnerability of transport systems on or in reference to the hybrid warfare. Taking these 4 points into account, we have to start from this to develop our infrastructure. And this takes me to a very important integrated military-civilian program, SAFE, with European funding that we have in implementation, setting specific restrictions on commercial policies and competitiveness in the procurement procedures. We have to consider that in a very short time, because I mentioned cyber vulnerabilities, we will have to purchase from safe areas for the railway infrastructure that is now fully digitalized with the new projects. So we will have to purchase equipment also taking into account the cyber protection vis-a-vis the military mobility. So we have to strike a balance between the commercial use and the cyber protection use for this infrastructure in our tendering procedures. Now, this balance has to take us to an economic efficiency of the infrastructures because, first and foremost, we speak of dual use, and they have to be efficient economically, not to take us to a point at which we create the infrastructure that is very meets very well the military needs, but as far as costs go and implementation and economic efficiency takes us to a non-competitive area. As regards developing this infrastructure in Romania, as the General mentioned, the main hub, transport hub is Constanța harbor, and we have a railway link between Constanța and the MK base because as we see from the European strategy, the railway system has to be the backbone of military mobility in Europe. We have the 4 European corridors that, so at the European level, crossing Romania, the most important access being the vertical corridor north to south, that is being developed now through road infrastructure. And if in 2020 we spoke of a full lack of high-speed infrastructure to the northern part of the country, we can say that we already have nowadays 320 kilometers of highway adding up to Pashkan in the north, about 100 kilometers north of the Syrian border and 100 kilometers from the eastern border to Kishinev again. With the foresight that in the next 3 years we reach Siret and Ungen, actually crossing over into Ukraine and Moldova with a transport infrastructure built with safe investments that Romania undertakes. Now, on railway infrastructure, the main action coming up next would be to finalize the corridor that crosses the Carpathians and, of course, investments in the M500 on the north-south axis linking us to Moldova and Ukraine. That's it from me so far. As regards the investment program, this will undergo a revision because it entails 2021-2030 as a time frame. So given the evolution of financing and this new SAFE program that we are implementing and the new European military mobility strategy, throughout this year, we will see a revision of this investment strategy, and we will also take into account the new European funding programs that will focus quite a lot on military mobility. In this case, we have to consider again a discussion with the European Commission to re-include or include, says the speaker, in the military mobility circle the airports, because nowadays we no longer have any type of funding possibility for airports. And we have to invest, for example, for runways in Timișoara, that requires investments that the Romanian state cannot support at this point and that are not eligible for European funding. So in this case, given the latest military situations and using military transport by air, I think we need investments in several areas throughout the country for which today we do not have funding. Thank you very much, State Secretary.
I usually don't need a microphone because I'm infantry, but for the recording purposes, I will make an exception today. Before speaking about military mobility, always it is to make sure that everybody understands the same when hearing military mobility. Of course, that professional involved in this understand better, but it is worth speaking to audience about the four pillars of military mobility, which were somehow already mentioned, but it is worth putting. So, of course, that anybody assume that it is infrastructure. And infrastructure, it is roads, railroads, airports, and maritime, and ports, maritime or internal waterways ports. Of course, that after that, what goes on the roads, it is the capabilities, which could be trucks, rail cars, ships, and the airplanes. Okay, that's common for everybody. It was mentioned that we would need something like military Schengen, which is a good idea, but I think that the marketing it is not the proper one. Because you need first procedures, and for the procedure it would be easier that NATO and EU agree on the same form, like 302, which is already used by NATO, and I don't see a big problem for EU to take that as a model. It would merge, it would ease the procedures. But the fourth part, it is really seldom mentioned. It is about information exchange. You can have the same procedure, but if you don't exchange information and you don't have the same interoperable communication means, and if you do not plan in advance for military movement of large forces, you will not be able, even if you have a military Schengen, to do it. Because planning, it is also speaking about timelines and resources involved. Okay, so these are the 4 pillars of the military mobility. What it is not here, and I think that should be added, it is the POL, the petroleum or lubricants or what, energy, in short, energy. So whatever it takes, electrical for the electrified railways and everything. So you need to account for the consumption. What moves, what gives the energy to move that force. And when you will be happily being relieved by yourselves, saying, I solved all the 5 questions, account for the enemy. And that would be, again, very troublesome. So these are the 5 things plus enemy I would urge you to think about when speaking about the military mobility. In very short, I will try to look on the question David put to us, and I will not use them as questions, but like probably problem statement, and I will try to give you a very short solution, or not necessary solution, my thought. So, how the infrastructure limitation undermine NATO ability to move forces? This is simple. We were not in the same picture. We were on, let's say, opposite military blocks, even if Romania never thought that. So we cannot have the same system at this moment, so we should have one. European Union was smart enough to think about the 10th. Trans-European Network Transportation, 10th core, the 4 corridors the State Secretary mentioned, which are used also by Romania. So exactly this is the point. When speaking about dual use, actually it is not dual use as such for the entire part, but only for small parts of the system. So we will use whatever the mobility corridors, the 4, because it is enough, it is comprehensive. And speaking about dual use, you have 2 points to look. Bridges, tunnels, and military load capacity, and the connectivity from my depots and my military base to the 10th, to the core network of transportation. The good news it is that for my bases and my depots, to connect to the main roads, it is usually 1.5, and I don't know any example which is more than 5 kilometers. So it would be easily done. And I will connect this with your last question, which investment and policy changes are needed because of the fragmentation in Romanian legislation about WATE, which is administrative territorial unit, and who is responsible for making an investment project to rebuild or refurbish a certain road. I would say that all the roads connecting military bases to the main road would be moved to the national company, and we discussed this, and we are on the good track with the Ministry of Transportation. Second, how civilian network transport can be better integrated in military planning? I would say that it is, because all our plans are accounting for, because as General Cooper said, there is only 1, there are not 2, and of course that they are designed to support the economy, as the State Secretary, because economy drives, and we, the Army, defend the people and the economy. And the third question, which is really worth using today in the debate, it is about the Danube. Of course, that you mentioned that railway transportation should be the backbone if you are speaking on the earth, above the ground transportation. But if you speak about sheer volume, even if the speed is not that big, Danube would provide you the benefits of the maritime transportation without taking the challenges to protect those lines of communication. So that would be my points here. Thank you.
General Gologan, thank you. General Dahmen, over to you, sir.
Thank you, David. Most people know that logistics has been a big part of my career, and military mobility, as you mentioned, David, became an intense part of it in my last year in the military. It's confronting, though, to realize that Dutch Minister Janine Hennis launched the initiative in 2017. We are now 9 years further on, and we are still asking ourselves questions about limitations undermining NATO's ability to implement defense plans, whether civilian transport networks can be better integrated, whether we should use the Danube River for transport, and what investments and policy reforms are most urgently needed. 9 years on. As announced in the White Paper for European Defence Readiness 2030, the European Commission and the High Representative adopted the Military Mobility Package 2025, building on lessons learned from the revised Action Plan 2.0 and the 2024 Military Mobility Pledge in close coordination with the European External Action Service and the European Defence Agency in order to move towards a military Schengen, the military, blah, 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 blah. 9 years on. 9 years on for what the EU is calling her flagship PESCO project. Brussels bureaucrats will describe this as progress. I read a sperm-killing language like this, and all I want to do is lay down and slowly die. Which is what is going to happen to a lot of soldiers and civilians if we don't speed up the process of really improving rules, procedures, infrastructure and IT described in all these packages and plans. Don't get me wrong, I'm 100% in favor of everything described in the avalanche of documents. The problem is that almost all these plans and bright ideas were already discussed and mostly agreed on in the November 2018 meeting of the PESCO project. So what is really needed? Adopt the Nike motto and just do it. I'm happy that there are nations that are not waiting for more policy and implemented real improvements. The Nordic group has made mentionable progress in establishing the Northern Corridor. Netherlands, Germany, Poland are establishing a critical military Schengen transport corridor to fast-track troops and equipment from North Sea ports to NATO's eastern flank, and are expanding this concept to include Lithuania, Belgium, Czech Republic, Luxembourg and Slovakia, enhancing rapid response capability across the region. With European fund bottlenecks in infrastructure were taken care of in the Baltics, Italy, Croatia and Portugal and a couple of other nations, and 500 more hotspots have been identified. The operational word, European funds. But military mobility should not only depend on the fact whether Europe is willing to spend money on it. My message today is the same as I gave in my last PESCO meeting. Don't ask what the European Union and NATO can do for your country. Ask what your country can do for military mobility. And to quote Miss Congeniality, world peace. Thank you very much.
General Dahmen, thank you. I always walk away from the new Strategy Center with at least one really good quote. Congratulations. Yours is that quote. And finally, Domnul Petkovic, over to you, sir.
Bună ziua, mulțumesc mult pentru invitație.
Good afternoon and thank you for inviting me. Today I'm talking from the position of the one who actually builds infrastructure along strategic corridors. I'm an engineer, so I will try to bring a technical contribution to the panel. Any experienced engineer knows a simple thing. It's always easier to do something well and design well from the beginning instead of fixing or adjusting later. I think it's obvious this applies directly for military mobility, and I believe that we have analyzed and identified 3 concrete pillars I want to briefly present now. First, the terms of reference, the technical specifications in the terms of reference for tendering procedures. The best news for us who participate in tender procedures is the fact there is an explicit obligation to comply with dual use requirements as per the European regulation and the safe regulation. So beyond that, there is a need for effective implementation in technical projects. We need that military standards and specifications should be applied and transposed according to technical standards in Romania. I think that will be a challenge to be able to adapt our standards to the requirements of dual use. The second pillar is geotechnical and structural monitoring, because we can't decide on what bridges we need to reinforce unless we know what is their actual capacity. We need to perform real measurements before execution to have complete inventory, to take stock and see the actual situation in the field, not as we know it in the office. We need to identify the proper structures to actually validate the dual use of the infrastructure. After execution, I believe we need continuing monitoring, because critical infrastructure cannot be left unmonitored. The third pillar I want to speak of, financial mechanisms. Romania now has a very well articulated PPP framework. We have 7 methodological guidelines to compare with. Greece has 32 PPP contracts signed by a central unit for complex dual-use projects, railway projects, strategic storage capacities. I think PPP might expedite execution, transferring risks toward the private sector and enabling the use of private money. The success, of course, will depend on the constructor, on the institutional capacity, and on the legal framework. In the end, I'd like to say that if things are well done from the very beginning, if things are done right and designed right, the cost for dual-use structures can be only 5% higher compared to 40% if there is a need for reinforcement or adjustments later on with new projects. Thank you. Thank you.
The question and answer period right now. And as we do have mics out there, I would ask you to use them. As you queue up, though, I have one quick question to start the Q&A portion, and that the question is for General Gologan. So sir, I enjoyed your comment about adding POL to mobility. After all, if you don't have fuel to run the vehicles, it's difficult to be mobile. So a good comment. And of course, Romania is becoming more and more of an energy player in Europe with Neptune Deep, with work on Cernavodă nuclear, and of course, expansion of other energy assets. So energy is becoming more plentiful, but one might argue more vulnerable as well, especially when you look offshore. So a lot of what goes on with critical infrastructure and protection of that POL is assigned to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Do you see a growing role in the Ministry of Defense with protecting critical infrastructure specifically related to the POL that you mentioned for mobility?
Yeah, that's challenging. Of course that I cannot speak from the legislative point of view about the MOD, but I would say that in the doctrine, Romanian naval forces are not in charge of protecting critical infrastructure. They are mainly responsible to protect sea line of communication and coastal defense. So that this is a starting point. If you ask if would worth thinking how we could take joint action, MOD, MOI, to protect that, yes. But that would involve not necessarily only naval assets, would be maritime patrol assets, which we don't have, and other, especially autonomous or unmanned assets, which could be on both sides, MOI, MOD, depending. And this should be also scalable to the threat. So there is no easy answer. In principle, because we are one nation, we should do better. How it will evolve, I cannot give you the answer. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Now, over to the audience. Questions, please. Sir.
So I was listening to Mr. Petkovici talking about how good it would be if we knew the requirements, if we knew what weight, and we've known this for years. So I don't know, now that we have the regional defense plans that SHAPE has produced, I mean, we know exactly what needs to move where. So what maybe General Goulian or Hans, you might have some idea just from your own experience. What's the holdup on transferring those requirements from the military side to the ministries or industry that has to deliver? What is I don't understand the holdup.
Yeah, if you allow me, I'm not going to say anything about internal affairs in Romania, but what we need in every country is a whole of nation approach, a whole of society approach. And once again, the military load classes of every bridge and everything, that was in the 2018 plan for military mobility, and nations pledged to do that inventarization. You don't have to be a Russian intelligence officer to realize what the main military routes are through a country. In the Netherlands we got 3 north-south and 3 east-west, and same for every country. And that inventarization is not criticism, but that inventarization should have been done 6-7 years ago. And going back to that whole of society approach, we have the same problem in the Netherlands. Who is going to protect the oil refineries in the harbor of Rotterdam? Yeah, okay, we don't have enough means, but it's considered as a problem for the whole country, which we will have to solve using all the means we have. I was at a conference 3 weeks ago with a lot of policemen and firemen, and they were discussing maybe we should buy helicopters, because if there's a fire, just a wood fire, a fire in the woods, when the army is in Lithuania or in Poland, who's going to deal with that fire? So look at all the stuff you have in the country, all the stuff you can use in the country, also the civilian stuff you can use in the country, and make a plan to combine all these assets and use them in the best way possible, knowing that you'll never have enough.
Next question, please.
For General Charles, really, I think when we look at lessons learned from Ukraine, there's a lot of talk about the dispersed battlefield, spreading assets, agile combat employment, spring-loaded logistics. And yet when you drill into the holdings of lift and fuel tankers that allies have, there seems to be a big gap. Is that just a question of money, or is this a problem of logistics, again, coming second in our thinking?
Well, I'll start off. I think it's a question of money and will and priorities. It's money and will and priorities. We haven't placed, we've spent a good part of this century dependent on commercial shipping and fighting in places where our sea lines of communication weren't particularly challenged. And now we're back to an area, for example, where, of course, our sea lines of communication are going to be challenged. You know, for example, our northern supply network into the North Sea, that's going to be interdicted. That's where Russian submarines live, okay? And if I was the Russians, that's what I do. So the southern tier becomes important. But in terms of shipbuilding and in terms of dedicating the resources, we haven't had to prioritize it, and so we put our resources elsewhere. But now we find ourselves in the position that we have insufficient, particularly sea lift, to move this stuff quickly. And if we don't move it quickly, the war will be over before the first ship leaves Norfolk. And I'll stop there.
Thank you, sir. There was a gentleman in back with a question, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Navy Captain Putnar, Director of Romanian Naval Staff. Thank you to Admiral Golgan for having mentioned the Navy mission, and I want to add something. During peacetime, our Navy is not allowed to conduct any operation outside the Romanian territory, so that our area of operation ends at the limit of territorial sea, 12 nautical miles. So that the question would raise, who is going to take care of the maritime infrastructure, being it critical or not? Romanian Navy is not the only Navy having this constraint. There are several navies, and I will cite German Navy. The next question, are there navies who can operate globally? Yes. In the UK doctrine and the US doctrine, they have the so-called national and global operation. The best example is the Joint Expeditionary Forces led by UK operating in the Northern Sea. Why? Which is the national interest of UK? So 70% of the gas is furnished by Norwegian fossil resources. And just to clarify the situation, so yes, we are not allowed to conduct and plan maritime operation during peacetime, but in war the situation is different. And maritime security operation encompasses even the protection of maritime critical or not infrastructure. Why? Because the third task of the maritime security operation is to protect citizen, vessel, and resources. Thank you.
So what you're saying is there has to be a policy change. No, that's okay. That's
no, but it's completely silly.
Yeah.
Obviously, we have to wait until till Russia blows up all the oil gas platforms in the Black Sea, and then you can do something. I mean, this is lawyer stuff, and we're at war at the moment. It's a hybrid war for Western Europe. If you're in the heartland like us in the Netherlands, it's far, far away. It's different here in Romania and the other frontline states. But let's please talk about the effects we want to achieve and not give lawyers extra work and have them discuss all kinds of things and give them a good feeling. The effect we want to achieve is that we protect our assets. And that's the most important part.
I think we have time for one more quick question and response. Anyone? All right. Well, I think we have just about run out of time. Many thanks to the distinguished panelists here. Thank you so much for your for staying on time and for your fantastic discourse. If you are currently in uniform, thank you for your service to your great country. I sleep well at night knowing that the Romanian military is protecting me and my family. For those that have worn the uniform, thank you for your service and thank you for your attendance. Have a wonderful day.
afternoon. Distinguished guests, distinguished panelists, welcome to our panel entitled The Strategic Triangle of the IMEC, Three Seas Initiative and Danube Corridor. We address an important topic, three connectivity initiatives from different regions now converge in Europe. The India-Middle East Economic Corridor, IMEC, launched at the 2023 G20 in Delhi. It's a multimodal link from India to Europe via Gulf, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and Israel. In response to China's Belt and Road, the Three Seas Initiative, started in 2015, spans from the Baltic to the Black Sea and has become a tool for Central and Eastern European strategic autonomy. The Danube Corridor, the oldest, links Rotterdam to Constanza, or has the potential to link effectively, passing through 10 European states and extending into the Caucasus and Central Asia. These three architectures share a political demand for trusted, resilient, rule-based connectivity in a world where Suez, Hormuz, the Bab el-Mandeb, the Northern Sea Route, and the Belt and Road can all be weaponized. Yet, they remain institutionally weak. IMEC is frozen in Gaza and the Israeli-Iran war. The Three Seas Initiative is underfinanced relative to its 111 billion euros project pipeline, and the Danube Corridor is a patchwork of national authorities and TEN-T fragments. The 2026 Three Seas Initiative Summit in Zagreb, Dubrovnik confirmed the strategic ambition, but did not yet solve the integration problem. This panel asks the central question: can IMEC, Three Seas Initiative, and Danube Triangle become a single integrated European spine anchored at Constanza, Gdansk, Trieste, Rijeka, and Piraeus, maybe, that gives Europe the strategic depth it needs to absorb the consequences of the war in Ukraine, the partial US withdrawal, and the rise of the Indo-Pacific connectivity? And what does, for example, Croatia, Poland, the United States, and Romania each need to make that happen? I would like to introduce our first speaker, Mr. Sandro Knezovic, from Croatia. He is research advisor at the Department for International Economic and Political Relations, Institute for Development and International Relations, IRMO. I guess I pronounced correct. IRMO is also a partner of this panel for the New Strategy Center, and is located in Zagreb. He's also a specialist in international European security and defense policy. The Croatian and Adriatic perspective of the Three Seas Initiative highlights lessons about the security implications of the LNG terminal in Kirk. Is correct?
Kirk. It's
Kirk.
a little bit difficult to pronounce. K-R-K. Kirk.
Kirk.
Is this wrong?
And the link between Western Balkans, EU enlargement, and the Three Seas geography. Croatia is one of the few EU member states where Three Seas Initiative enjoys consistent bipartisan support, partly because of the Kirk LNG terminal and Pelešac bridge. The political geography shows that Three Seas Initiative has the potential to integrate the Western Balkans. It's a dimension that could integrate Albania and Montenegro, but they are now partner participants, but Bosnia, Serbia, Kosovo, and North Macedonia remain disconnected. This gap is also exploited, or could be exploited by other competing actors like Russia and China. So, we have a few questions for you, sir. What does Croatia want from 3Seas initiative in 2030? A stronger Adriatic vertical, Krk, Rijeka, Pelešac, full Western Balkan integration, or institutional consolidation in Brussels?
Thank you very much indeed. Let me start by thanking the organizers and Mr. Scutaro in person for inviting me here and giving me an opportunity to participate in such an outstanding event. This is my extraordinary pleasure to be here. When it comes to a question, Croatia's primary 3Seas initiative objective by, let's say, 2030 would be to strengthen the Adriatic vertical, positioning itself as the main energy and logistic gateway between the Adriatic and Central Europe. This fits well into wider, changing, turbulent geostrategic environment we live in. The key priorities would be expansion of the Krk LNG terminal as a safe and viable supply route for the Central European states and beyond. Modernization of the port of Rijeka, which pretty much goes along with the first priority, and improved north-south rail and road corridors, and stronger energy interconnectivity within Central Europe. So Croatia sees this initiative, so to say, as a way to correct the historic West-East infrastructure imbalance inside the EU and reinforce the Baltic-Adriatic Black Sea axis. Of course, we are bordering the Western Balkan region and we are very concerned by the instability that happens there. So Croatia prefers gradual project-based inclusion of Western Balkan states, alignment with the EU frameworks, and of course avoiding the import of unresolved regional disputes within the 3Seas initiative structures. So the idea is to use the 3Seas initiative in the region to improve regional stability and of course to reduce external geopolitical influence. By this, of course, I'm aiming at Russian and Chinese influence in the countries of Western Balkans, especially those with unfinished state-building processes. And of course, strengthen Southeast European connectivity to the EU market as an incentive for the long-term Europeanization process in the remaining candidate and potential candidate states in the Western Balkans. On institutionalization, of course, Croatia favors stronger coordination with Brussels, but doesn't want 3Seas initiative to become a parallel political bloc within the EU, obviously. So it's a pragmatic, infrastructure-driven and investment-focused approach to the initiative, closely aligned with EU cohesion, energy and transport policies, obviously. Strategically, Croatia wants 3Seas initiative to reinforce its role as an Adriatic gateway, as a Central European connector, and a bridge between the EU and Southeast Europe, and a channel of Europeanization process to the countries in the focus of the process of stabilization and association. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. How does Zagreb assess the Western Balkans risk for the 3Seas initiative? And is actually Serbia integrable in this format or on any realistic timeline?
Thank you for this question. That's a very relevant question given the political geography we live in. Croatia sees the Western Balkans as both the strategic opportunity and the main geopolitical risk for the 3Seas initiative. Let me try to explain why. Zagreb supports greater regional connectivity, but as I mentioned before, intends to avoid importing unresolved bilateral disputes, and we all know that in the Western Balkans you still have bilateral disputes. You have unresolved statutory issues like in Kosovo, you have barely functional state apparatus like in Bosnia and Herzegovina. So Croatia tends to avoid also importing governance instability and geopolitical ambiguity within the 3Seas initiative. It prefers gradual project-based and infrastructure-focused integration. When it comes to Serbia, I mean, it's geographically indispensable. You know, main routes going through and around Serbia, and its geographic location, I mean, underlines the importance of Serbia. However, there are some problems that Croatia sees in Serbia which does not make the country as a reliable partner. First, the country strategically balances between the West, Russia, and China. Its limited alignment with EU foreign policies. Let us recall the fact that Serbia hasn't introduced sanctions to Russia after Russian aggression in Ukraine. Its close ties with Russia and China, Kosovo-related tensions, and periodic nationalist rhetoric. So from Croatian perspective, Serbia is realistically integrable only in a functional sense, meaning in the area of transport, in the area of energy, logistics, and connectivity projects. Full political strategic integration into the core logic of 3Cs initiative is seen as unlikely in the near term without stronger Euro-Atlantic alignment and also differentiated and more calm rhetoric in regional affairs.
Yes, I would like to address you one more question. How does Croatia see the relationship between 3Cs initiative and the EU enlargement to the Western Balkans? Is 3Cs initiative a constructive vehicle, a complementary one, or a distraction?
It's primarily a complementary tool to the EU enlargement. I mean, it's there to improve connectivity, to strengthen energy resilience, and accelerate infrastructure integration. And also, in the long run, to gradually anchor the Western Balkans more deeply into EU-oriented systems. Croatia believes that the 3Cs initiative can support Europeanization through connectivity. If you connect the region, where countries are still waiting to join the European Union, you integrate them closer into EU normative-based way of doing business and more predictable and reliable behavior as partners. You create viable transport corridors, you enforce LNG and energy diversification, create precondition for the development of digital infrastructure and regional supply chain integration. Especially after Russian aggression on Ukraine, after 2022, Croatia increasingly understands 3C initiative as a part of a broader European resilient security architecture. So it also supports selective involvements of Western Balkan states in different 3Cs initiative-linked projects to reduce external geopolitical influence, regional interdependence, and strengthen Euro-Atlantic alignment. So obviously, the initiative shouldn't become a substitute for EU membership, shouldn't become a geopolitical waiting room, or a pool to bring in or introduce the existing political instabilities that are permanent in the Western Balkans. Croatia prefers EU enlargement as a central political framework, with 3Cs initiative functioning as a complementary infrastructure and connectivity mechanism.
Thank you very much for your comprehensive answer. Now I would like to invite Mr. Kausharha from Atlantic Council to enter into a dialogue with us. I want just to highlight that he is the architect of the trusted connectivity concept that links the 3Cs initiative, IMEC, and the Trans-Caspian Middle Corridor into a single Indo-Pacific Mediterranean Atlantic architecture. There's a formal linkage between IMEC, 3Cs initiative, and the Trans-Caspian Middle Corridor, with Constanța, Gdansk, Trieste, Rijeka, Piraeus, and Thessaloniki as named European nodes, and the Danube is the missing link that converts 3Cs initiative into a real Euro-Asian corridor, and that Romania has one-time opportunity to claim the integrator role. What geopolitical objectives underline the launch of the IMEC corridor, and how does it intersect with European connectivity strategies toward the Black Sea and Eastern Europe? Is IMEC truly a Western answer to Belt and Road Initiative, or is primarily an Indian-American Gulf project in which Europe is secondary, even passive stakeholder.
Thank you very much. First of all, heartiest congratulations to Croatia for an excellent 3C summit. So thank you very much. And I think Croatia deserves a lot of credit for being one of the key countries with Poland in launch of the 3Cs initiative. And again, at the moment, I think in the new 3Cs version, energy has become an important element, and Croatia again is leading the effort. There were a lot of discussions mentioned, and there's a theme here which I am having a lot of impatience with. So with all due respect, it is getting a little boring for me to talk again. Is Europe get left out? Is Europe getting left out? Is Europe getting enough love or not? Is America not loving Europe? Is 3Cs doing it's really not about that, and that's a wrong way to look at it. More you're going to ask those questions, more I think irritating most people from my side of the world would be. The question really is, what is good for Romania, what is good for Croatia, what's good for Serbia in their own interest, and what are the overlaps with American interest in these given issues? So you asked me about IMEC, whether it's something cooked up between US and India. IMEC started by President Trump, Abraham Accords, normalization of Middle East, of relationship between Israel and UAE and other countries. That is what led to IMEC. After that, it turned into something under President Biden, a I2U2, an India, Israel, UAE, US coordination on issues related to economic. And India took the lead on this, which we supported back from Trump 1, that when we come up, as you mentioned, G20 2023, that they will have an India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor. And the reason there was 8 countries signed it, and it was in the interest of all 8 countries. And let's not get hooked up on corridors and initiatives. I don't think you're wrong to say that IMEC is stymied because of Gaza. IMEC is not the answer to Indo-Mediterranean trade. 90% of that goes through Suez Canal, will continue to go through it. There was a need to have augmentary side, sort of something that builds the resilience that if there was a tanker in Suez Canal that got stuck, what will we do? Should we have road and rail network? Is that an interest of UAE? Is that an interest of Saudi Arabia? That was a good idea. After Sea of Hormuz, it's become a necessary idea. So everybody, if you just read Financial Times, read the articles by UAE and Saudis, they'll say we are building these sort of a network. So that's what that is. And what's the 3Cs? 3Cs is nothing new. Back in Roman times, there used to be something called an amber road. Amber road was where ambers from Baltic Sea came down to Adriatic to Aquileia. You call it 3Cs, you don't call it. In the Venetian times, there was what we call today a middle road. From Venice, caravans went in all the way through Turkey, across Caspian, Black Sea to Central Asia. So these are the recreation of old historic truths in the history and interest of all that. Now, in this context, it's important to see whether President Trump comes in. President Trump has made, and is in national security strategy, national defense strategy, every time he speaks about it, he is into economic first, economic-led diplomacy and sort of diplomatic relations. So he's talking about where it makes sense and why does it make sense for the partner country, for America to engage into economic relationship. That underlined the first thing he did was to sign an agreement with Ukraine on both its minerals development and its energy development, nuclear modernization. It is working with Romania on the offshore gas. It worked very strongly with Azerbaijan and Armenia to do the TRIPS, the Trump Route for International Peace and Prosperity. Is engaged with Central Asia for energy development, and hopefully we'll get a Caspian pipeline that can come across the Caspian. In this context, how does fit in on you asked the question to my good friend, and I couldn't agree more with him, and thanks again for energy. He would have very little patience for one element that you said, that there are some political things here and there in the Balkans, and that may stop it. That is not how President Trump looks at it. President Trump says, I want to see economic growth and economic connectivity. I want to see a future in which economic relations and economic special interest of people bring them together. I do not want to be beholden to the past, because everybody in Europe, not only in the Balkans, from Alsace to everywhere else, there are some issues related to some people, there's some historical grievances. I don't interested in that. Let's talk about connectivity. So as we're working on vertical corridors with our good friends in Croatia, we're working similarly with our good friends in Greece, going up to Bulgaria, going into Serbia and the north, working with Bosnia, going into Serbia. So our engagement will be looking into that aspect. Whether it's a 3 Cs, whether it's not 3 Cs, whether we call it vertical corridors, the fact of the matter is we cannot, as you rightly mentioned, ignore the largest economy and central economy in Balkans. And if we cannot be talking about Danube corridor and say that, you know, Serbia cannot, because either an EU country or problematic, because without Serbia it would be difficult to do something on Danube. So our engagement on this element, but coming back to this point of how these things link up, is not some Brussels or DC plan, like a Beijing plan to say, here's how I draw this line, here I draw the Middle East line, here's how the IMEC, and they all come together. It's in Croatia's interest to become the LNG port for Central Europe. It is in the interest of copper to become the largest car importing in Slovenia next to you. And it is in Trieste and Italy's interest to again play the historic role. It is the interest of Serbia to become both not only Danube, but be the connector between Adriatic and Black Sea, either through a train or through Danube corridor. It is certainly in the interest of Romania, as my good friend mentioned earlier, whether it's a flank country or a connectivity country. Historically, it played the role across Black and Caspian Sea. I don't know when it decided not to do it, but that is where really the history and Romania lies. And I think the most important thing with our good friends in Poland, if I just to make 2 points on this before I give it back to you. At this moment, it is more important to talk about whether it's enlargement, whether it's somebody's left out or whatever. What are the physical, practical projects we can do? There are 2, if you're looking at it, related to our group here. There needs to be a connection between the Black Sea and the Baltics. It has to be something that connects Romania, Moldova, Western Ukraine, Poland, and Gdansk. That ought to be the only #1 priority. Every other academic discussion, whether it's, that doesn't happen, there is no 3 Cs. If it happens, all good questions come to place and America will play. The second has to be to connect the upper Adriatic, whether it's to Reka, whether it's Koper, whether it's Trieste, to Belgrade, to Constanza and Black Sea. These are 2 fundamental elements that needs to be prioritized, and I hope we can talk more about them specifically than having the similarly sort of generic discussion about where these initiatives hang today or go for. But thank you, I went a little bit over.
Kaush, how would you frame the role of the Danube for IMEC and the 3 Cs initiative on the route between Central Asia and Western Europe via the Black Sea?
Again, I think we had a dedicated panel on Danube, but Danube today needs to be a priority corridor for dual purpose. We're going to hear a lot. We're going to hear, I think, at the parallel session going on right now about perhaps a dual purpose infrastructure. It's the most important military mobilization corridor and the most important transportation corridor, particularly for agriculture and for open bulk goods. That's what go on these river drafts. Agricultural potential of the plains of Serbia and of Romania put together, connected with Danube River, is a game changer. When agricultural modernization will come through this collectively, this will be as big of an agriculture base as Ukraine has. What will connect them right now? Not road and rail. It will be either most probably this river and hopefully a train connection that comes through it. This will be really, really important stuff. How does this connect to what you asked, IMEC and for the middle corridor? I would urge you to look at these corridors not as a single troop, but more like economic activities happening, and look at it more like tributaries of a river than one main river. So the fundamental thing that drives IMEC today is India-EU FTA. India-EU FTA will drive, because India and EU have signed an agreement. They right now trade about 250 billion. They want to trade about 500 billion in the next 5-10 years. Same thing with the US. India want to trade about 500 billion annually with US. Most of that traffic is going to go through Suez. Most of that traffic is going to go through the Indo-Mediterranean. Both Europe, both America, and 3 Seas is very, very interested at this moment to develop the potential of energy in Black Sea, in Caspian Sea, and in South Caucasus, and link the Central Asia to. Central Asia is the closest energy source for Europe to be able to deal with the energy resilience. That's a broad, broad network that's going to happen. So these are two important economic transformative events happening. Europe and America's engagement with Central Asia, Caucasus, across Black and Caspian Sea, and the Indo-Mediterranean trade. They all come together in the southeastern part of Europe. Either they come through Aegean Sea, through Greece, they come through Adriatic Sea, up on all these neighborhoods. That's where they're coming together. Whichever country can come together better and say, hey, let's talk about linkages as opposed to historical rivalries and disputes, they will get ahead of the game. And I think that's where President Trump, that's where I think our United States, if I may say, this is what we did in first Trump. I think this is what they're still continuing to do it. The #1 guy who comes to 3 Seas event is Secretary of Energy now. It used to be different in first Trump. So that just gives you the signal of where the United States is looking into it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to invite Mr. Florin Spătaru to join our discussion. He is Director General of Grup Feroviar Român, GFR, Romania's largest private rail freight operator, part of Grampet Group. Mr. Spătaru is a former Minister of Economy of Romania with direct experience in defense industry strategy, the Green Industrial Plan with the World Bank, the technological transition, and the non-energy mineral resources strategy. With more than 25 years in the naval and industrial sectors, Damen Mangalia, Galați Shipyard, Anconav, Sea Europe, OECD, WP6, he offers a rare combination of senior policymaker, industrial executive, and rail logistics, operator perspectives on the Danube and the Black Sea axis. Mr. Spătaru, I guess you are the panel's reality check on rail and intermodal logistics, rail to sea via Carpathia, the Danube-Black Sea Canal, the Constanța hinterland, and the Galați and Giurgiulești river ports. I suppose that without aggressive investment in rail electrification, gauge interoperability, customs digitalization, and rolling stock manufacturing, IMEX goods will arrive in Constanța and stop. It would be interesting for us to understand the strengths and weaknesses of EU and national co-financing, the public procurement, bottlenecks, and slow integration of Moldova and Ukraine into the European rail and energy networks. I will start with a question. What are the 3 or 4 investments, locks, deepenings, rail bridges, ICT that would unlock the full Danube capacity for 3 Seas initiative, IMEC traffic?
Silvio, with your permission, I would like to extend a little bit the discussion, since
Yes,
I was
please.
one of the direct participants in all the discussions regarding the 3 Seas initiatives, especially on the event which has been organized in Bucharest and on Warsaw. And I was also the representative of Romania in another initiative which is not mentioned there, which is called Global Gateway. Because this is also another link which is missing from our discussion. So let's set things right. The 3 Seas initiative started because we have seen that the Central and Eastern European countries, they were acting like silos, very much depending on the initiatives coming from Brussels, but not really connecting these countries, which can offer a more, let's say, a stronger position within Europe on the single market initiative, which is in fact the only positive result of the European Union construction. At that moment, there were some funding which were coming from different countries. Poland, Croatia, Romania were one of the major players, and the discussion was how can we connect Dansk with Constanța through the railway, and how can we put the money together in order to have projects which are not funded by the European Union. Some of these projects they have been achieved, although you know the Draghi report and Mr. Letta report stating that if you want to go from Rome to Gdansk, you cannot go by railway with one let's say direct transport. You have to stop in every moment because there is a lack of strategy and connectivity between these European countries. Does this Three Seas initiative reach its limit regarding that? For sure not, but as you stated, there is a serious underfinancing, since there are also some other European financing initiatives which are addressing some other things. One, it's safe, resilience plan, industrialization, which I don't know by how can we find something like 750 million euros to match the, let's say, the gap between Europe and the other regions in terms of economy. Danube Corridor, who remembers what was the purpose of Danube Corridor, by the way? I think almost anybody, even the decision makers, what was the purpose of these initiatives which were started by, if I remember correctly, by the Chancellor of Austria and Mr. Tăricianu in 2007, and we do not made much about it. So we are going one after the others with different initiatives, but not finalizing, let's say, what has to be done in that respect. And there is also another initiative, the Global Gateway, which is stating, as Mr. Arha said, connecting the energy, bringing the energy between Central Asia to Europe through different initiatives which are disputable even between European countries. Romania being one of the beneficiaries of that, but also not having the real financing for this kind of project. In this context, the thing is how we are going to act. What kind of, let's say, initiative, what kind of decisions do we need in order to make sure that all our ambitions of economic growth, some of them conflictual between the countries, because there is one thing to go with your trade in Rijeka and copper, and there is another thing to go to Constanța and you have a different route. In that sense, we, the Eastern and Central and Eastern European countries, we have to sit together and to identify, okay, what do we really want? What can give us, let's say, a better economy strength, since the role of these Central and Eastern European countries is more important in the European Union than it used to be before. I mean, if you count each country having something 9-10 million people, except for Poland and Romania, as a separate entities, you will find out that our position, each individual position is not so strong in the European Union. But if you put them all together, then you'll become really strong. I mean, there is no, let's say, group of countries which can have a better position than these countries. In that sense, with all this, let's say, distribution of the funding between different countries, and I'll give you one example. Romania. When we are talking about the funds for the cohesion funds 2021-2027, or the national resilience programs, you will see that there is no, partly ideas, how can we connect to the other countries? And then we had the crisis. We have the energy crisis, you know very well, Romania, Hungary, Austria, Croatia, all these countries, we are having one of the highest price of the energy compared with the other regions. Why? Because we don't have connectivity. I mean, we cannot move the energy between the countries because we did not make a big investment in that. If you are talking about the, let's say, the railway from Constanța to Arad, you make 3 days, something like that. And if you go even further, I mean, it's optimistic, yeah? But if you go even further, then you will find out that from China to Constanța, it's faster than between Constanța and Gdansk, and the distances are completely different. Why? Because we are not thinking how we are going to do that. Our solution and our position is that simple things can give better results. Think a little bit about the history, and I agree with you. Yeah, think a bit what our ancestors did, and try to make it, and don't try to reinvent the, let's say, the economic flows. And by doing that, you can, for sure, you can find out that everybody can benefit of it. Yes, we are talking about a lot of money, and I would really expect that the position of other regions, Middle East, US, to be stronger in this region. Also, from our side, to be a little bit more friendly with these countries, with these regions, in terms of access and developing projects, in order to have the proper funding for these initiatives. And then if we are going to make these things happening, for sure we will have fast trains, moving the cargo, getting the business at competitive prices, because that's also, let's say, the subject is not only the wish, but also the will. It has to be the will to do that. And then I would really suggest that the whole IMEC initiatives to be considered as an opportunity, as an accessory, compared with what we have to solve here between European countries.
Do you have any proposal or recommendation to improve the working framework and integration process for reaching a common goal between 3Cs initiative countries? Or
yeah, I think what we have to figure out at this moment is how can we create funding which is serving all these initiatives from the 3Cs, because there are a lot. Not all of them really talking about all the countries and the major objectives, but honestly, you cannot, with the funding we have now available, you cannot get all these initiatives, and you have to make a priority. Okay, we brought Greece into that, we brought Germany into that now. So more and more countries are coming in these initiatives, but do not ignore the fact that the 3Cs initiatives does not really have an alignment with the European Union initiatives. And that is a subject which, to my opinion, has to be brought at the level of the decision makers.
I'd like to respond to that, but
yes, please.
I'd wait for Margot to go have her say, then I will respond. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Please, but first I have to introduce you. Margot Jata?
Yes, it's Margot. It's much easier.
For friends. Thank you. Marco is Doctor of Law, Assistant Professor at the Institute of Political Sciences and Administration of the University of Zielona Góra, member of the Global Institute of Law in Oxford, and expert of the Oriental Law Research Laboratory of the University of Wrocław.
This is my academic bio.
Your
Okay,
academic
so
bio. She's
yes.
co-founder of the Opportunity Institute for Foreign Affairs, an independent NGO promoting civil awareness, democratic values, and international cooperations. The manager of the Institute's flagship 3Cs One Opportunity project, which brings the Polish civil society and academic perspectives on the 3Cs initiative as a long-term strategic identity for Central and Eastern Europe. Do you want to add something to what was said before, or?
Like, I've got like a lot of remarks here. So, like, first of all, like, kudos for the summit. It was great. Like, Romana Vlahutin did a marvelous job, and in fact, that summit was a breakthrough. Because first time I'm researching 3Cs initiative for like 6 years. I'm also organizing annual conference on 3Cs initiative. This year we're going to have like 5th edition, so I've got a little bit of continuity and a history in that. So that was the first time that the official big summit was talking about the 3Cs initiative as a geopolitical and geostrategical concept. So we are talking currently about something much, much bigger than only 3 pillars of 3Cs initiative, which are the cornerstone of this initiative, which is like energy diversification, connectivity, and cybersecurity. So this is like one thing, that we are talking about this initiative as something much, much bigger than only connectivity. Because the main goal of 3Cs, well, in fact, I would have to say all the same thing that Kosh said, because I just follow his concept and I agree almost totally with him. So this is one thing. On the other hand, so because I've got some notes here, I did some. So in fact, all of that you were saying, that we have to work on a direct project, it happened. Even during the summit in Dubrovnik 2 weeks ago, right? There was presented a package, for example, for Ukraine, that extension on Via Carpathia directly to Ukraine, extension of rail to sea to Odessa, dedicated, this is like gas, so there is an option for joining Ukraine for the infrastructure of the eastern flank. This is one thing. 2 weeks ago, there was a launch information in Polish mass media that Poland Ministry of Infrastructure is interested in building a highway from Polish border to Lviv to make this connectivity flow much easier and the smooth flow of goods. So all of these projects that we're talking about here, they are happening. But of course, due to, many aspects as a development gap, not only in the matter of physical infrastructure, but in an organization, in an administration, all that aspect, we need a little bit more time. If we're talking about the fund, during the Dubrovnik Forum, there was also a signed letter of intent to establish 3Cs initiative infrastructure fund of funds. With like enormous, like the initiator of it was a Polish Bank Gospodarstwa Krajowego, BGK, and Croatian Habor, and Development Bank of Romania, and Lithuania, Slovenia, as European Investment Fund. So it's happening, but as you see, we need a little bit more time. Among experts, the concept of 3Cs initiative as a geopolitical and geostrategical initiative was discussed like many years ago. And after a decade, it just said out loud in the mainstream. So I hope that all the other changes won't take so much time. We will just, make it a little bit faster, more effective. But still, we are, this initiative is like fresh. It doesn't have much history. We're still learning a lot, but it's quite successful. So yeah, now I'm waiting for a comment.
So, we have a saying in America that sometimes you have the tail that wags the dog. Normally it's the dog wagging the tail. Every discussion of 3Cs and IMEC, like this one, is where the tail is wagging the dog. What do I mean by it? The main initiative, all these initiatives should be catalyst. They should contribute towards improved connectivity, not become another hurdle, another clan, another group. Why did Italy doesn't join? Because they have their own initiative called Central European Initiative. So they took them a while to join 3Cs. So all these sort of things. Now, who has the money? 3Cs will never have the money about the project you're talking about. So you can go round and round, even if you have funds of funds or Amber Fund or whatever fund. The biggest money here is European Union. Even Global Gateway doesn't have it. So where is the biggest money for any of this which you're talking about? It's the European Cohesion Fund run by Fito. He has the money. The second bit of money that's going to come from is the NATO commitment of 5%, of which 1.5% is supposed to be for connectivity. That's the real money. Now, if you're really going to talk about a strategic corridor, not Via Carpathia is a different thing, but as now a strategic corridor that, let's say, goes from Constanza to Chisinau to Lviv to Warsaw to Gdansk, the only source really about that money to come is from either EU or from NATO. Now, whether that has the 3C stamp on it, it doesn't have a 3C stamp on it, has a Global Gateway stamp on, I don't care, nor should anybody else care. Similarly, the connection that's either going to happen on, with all due respect, I love the history lessons because, one of the things the history lessons does is sort of takes away enough time, but whether Danube comes back to the Danube Corridor Initiative or the Danube River Commission or the discussion that happened between Germany and Romania, it'd be great. Whoever takes the leadership now, it'll be fantastic. So the way to look at these things and to say is what is 3Cs, what is Middle Corridor, what is Danube Corridor, what are IMEC? These are inherently notes which provide political support, political coordination, hopefully, for the big money. Not get caught up in these issues which somehow are distracting. You are 100% right on putting IMEC differently, because IMEC neither has a fund of funds or whatever. It says India will spend the money for India, UAE will spend the money for UAE, Saudi Arabia will spend the money for Saudi Arabia, the other 4 European countries, and Europe wasn't left out. Half of the signatories are Europeans, EU, France, Germany, and Italy, and then the US. So that will take care of it just because there's so much money involved. But both in connecting the Baltic to the Black and the Black to the Adriatic, the really only game in town is the European Union cohesion funds. Everything else, we can have this discussion, have a very good stuff. So then the question comes, what is 3Cs? What we can do to support it. And I just request this, that's why I say, talk about one particular corridor, get money for it, put as many labels as you can from Global Gateway to 3Cs to, connecting of, reconstruction of Europe, integration of, Ukraine into Europe. Whatever that takes, focus on that as opposed to whether 3Cs is dead, whether 3Cs is strategic, whether 3Cs is not enough strategic, whether there's not enough money, because that's a discussion that can continue on, and at the end of the day is slightly frustrating, and it gives the wrong signal of whether that initiative is good or not.
So one remark, we use those funds to invest in an infrastructure. We use a Trans-European Transportation Network, which is part of European Cohesion Fund, to fund the Rail Baltica, partly via Carpathia. But, applying for those funds and receiving those funds doesn't mean that you're going to fulfill the terms to build on the terms of that fund. We've got that problem with Rail Baltica. right? That the deadline is 2030, and the Baltic states are openly saying that there is no way that they're going to finish it by 2030. So there are so much delays, even though that there are deadlines, terms, funds, and everything, right? We don't have these capabilities to finish this project.
I mean, you're right. So the one strategic demonstrable project in 3Cs is Via Baltica, Rail Baltica. Okay, most of them came from this chunk of money, not from the 190, 350 3Cs project, which is a power plant here, a factory here. And you're 100% right. You do not hear 3Cs in the same sentence as Global Gateway and EU cohesion when you're in Brussels. So your point is 100% right. The only game in town is to make sure that you're represented in Brussels, don't care, but make sure that those three come together and put your priorities together. I mean, without that, and it'd be a mistake to keep separating 3Cs away, because you separate it away, you lose the money.
Mr. Spataro.
So this is what I was trying to say, that all these Central and Eastern European countries, they have to sit together to identify one project, two projects, three projects, which are really important for them. Because in the cohesion fund, and I know because I was a minister, I know how it works, every country is having its own interest. For sure, they will see as the 3Cs initiative with the different funding, and then the cohesion fund is to cover the priorities all these countries has. And then you have so it's a next level of the communication, of the discussion we are going to have, the strategic one, where we say, okay, we are one body, and I would not dare to say it's not about national pride and things like that, but we are one body. We want to get stronger, because let's face it, and since I have the freedom that I'm not a minister and a public person anymore, I can say it right. All these countries, they were the outsourcing countries for the developed countries in Europe. And then we have to change the structure. We have to think a little bit different. How we are going to do that? By sitting all together. And talking about that, because, okay, it needs time. But you know what happened in the meantime? In the meantime, there is a railway corridor which is connecting directly Greece through Bulgaria, Serbia, Hungary, not funding by the European, by the way, and also not by the Americans, which is organized by the others, and we will find out that by waiting all this administration and things like that, we are out of the game. And that's the problem.
And accidentally, just to mention, also Chinese have a exclusive contract for Piraeus harbor in Greece, which is an entry point for the European market. And this, of course, happened by mistake, as an accident, yeah.
But if this train corridor does get constructed, which, as you said, right, whether who constructs it, fine, I agree with you, but it is good. I mean, the product that will go will help all these four countries. I would just say one more thing to you. I couldn't agree more with you, Mr. Minister. So I think I would pick one project which actually connects the seas. We do, other than Via Baltica, we did not have it. Via Carpathia is a long way. I think an Eastern Plain train corridor, which should be a priority for NATO, should be a priority for EU, should be a priority for 3Cs. Pick one thing that connects Black to the Baltic, Black to the Adriatic. All countries will come together in it. Go to town with one thing that links them all. I think that's the way to do it, and everything would more or less fall in place.
I won't dive into negative topics, but I want to ask Margot, how vulnerable is 3C's initiative to internal political shifts in member states, especially in Eastern Europe and Italy as a strategic partner? What do you think?
Well, we were dealing in Poland with that problem because we have that governmental shift in 2023. And we had some of the projects, in fact, that were labeled as a 3Cs initiative were postponed maybe blocked, it's a too strong word, but postponed. Currently, the awareness of the potential of the collaboration in the Central Eastern Europe and the region is rising. But for me, it's hard to say, is it a matter of upcoming elections in Poland next year, or is it really acknowledging that that there is a potential because the current government is more focused on Visegrad group format or Weimar Triangle. But due to Italy, I have to say that joining Italy into TRISIS initiative is a very important aspect as a strategic partner. And just to make this short remark, a week before TRISIS summit in Dubrovnik, there was a strategic forum between Polish Foreign Minister Radek Sikorski and Italian Foreign Minister Mr. Tajani, and they discussed the strategic collaboration among these two countries, also recalling and referring to Amber Road. So this connectivity on this line from Baltic Sea to Adriatic Sea is still on agenda, not only Polish, but also in Italy, and in my opinion, in general, in Western Balkans. I'm sure that Croatia and Slovenia are also into that. Also, last year was launched a direct train from Warsaw to Rijeka. This year, the interest was so high among, it's like a tourist attraction, but still, you know, it's very popular in Poland, and this year the number of seats has tripled. So this is also a checking the connectivity in the region. But still, I think that the potential of this collaboration across the Amber Road is huge. And about that risk or vulnerabilities of government change, I think that every like sober-thinking government in Central Eastern European country should recognize any kind of regional cooperation as important. It doesn't matter how you label it. Is it Visegrad Group? Is it TRISIS initiative? Is it bilateral relation? It's very important. So in my opinion, even if there will be any governmental change, it won't in the long term influence the policy of each country.
Thank you. Sandro, please.
Very, very briefly, building up on what you rightfully have said, let me remind us all of the fact that we are witnessing over the course of I don't know how many decades in Europe a multiplication of different regional initiatives. So there are plenty of regional initiatives that tend to logically overlap with each other. So clearer vocalization of the priorities of every initiative, recognizability with the successfully implemented projects, clarifies the image of the initiative itself, and makes sure that the different interpretation and affiliation related to political philosophy in a question whether you support this or that initiative that is also very peculiar with the 3Cs initiative is cleansed. Because if you have a clearly viable program and a plan, with of course what you correctly had mentioned, with a clear budgeting structure and a deadline which is respected when it comes to functional implementation, you are cleansing the image of the initiative itself of unnecessary stickers. Thank you.
Thank you, Coach Arha. Where do Moldova and Ukraine fit into this picture? Both are critical to the entire region and integration, but they are non-EU states, EU members, and thus creates legal and financial frictions.
I think the answer from American perspective would be very straightforward. At this moment, I think the priority for Europe and to some degree America as well, but particularly for Europe, is the economic integration of Western Ukraine into Europe. That should be number one priority. Before you join EU, before you join NATO, because you need it today for both supporting Ukraine's war effort, and you also need to lay the groundwork for its reconstruction. So irrespective of whether it's part of it or not, it is where money is going and it should be part of it. Now, how best to do this? If I had to pick one corridor without any label on it, which I would say the only corridor to talk about out of anything else, would be literally a corridor that connects Constanza, Chisinau, Lviv, Warsaw to Gdansk. You build that stuff, you build a road, it's an economic corridor. That means there's a road network that goes through, a rail network that goes through, a power line that goes through, so you have a unified electric grid, that you have digital cables that go through, so you also have a digital economy base. That, and you can work it in bits and parts. It's not like something you work on. You just work on Constanza to Chisinau part, Chisinau to Lviv, of course. You can have the offshoots going over to Gdansk and, Odessa and other parts of it. You already have Gdansk to Warsaw done, so that's not a main issue. You got Warsaw to all the way to Ukraine border is done. So there are parts of this that's very doable. And if I was from NATO perspective or EU cohesion perspective or the Ukraine reconstruction perspective, that's what I would focus on, and I'd put a lot of different things as opposed to talking about there's a good project in 3 Seas and they talk this. All these are little stamp projects. This is a game changer. Similarly, a game changer today is that, upper Adriatic, when you say there's a train coming from, Warsaw to Reka, I mean, if you come down the train, there's a 10T corridor, which says basically Baltic to the Adriatic corridor, which is Trieste to Gdansk. You're talking about going to Warsaw for 10 days. Forget that. You cannot even go to a direct line from Trieste to Vienna. Okay, now it's happening. So you can go there in 4 hours now. Otherwise, you had to change to go to Trieste to Vienna. So to get to Trieste to Vienna, whether you go from Trieste, whether you go from Koper, whether you go from Reka, they all converge after a while within the pretty same thing. So the question are, there are parts of this which need to be modernized from place actually in Slovenia, Dancia, to Ljubljana. If you modernize that, that's the bottleneck. Similarly, the bottleneck is from Belgrade, to come up to Timisoara. That's the bottleneck to connect it, as you talked about. So these are priorities which should be priorities for EU cohesion. If you come to America and you say this is number one priority, and EU cohesion is not paying for it, and NATO is not paying for it, maybe it's not a priority then. You can talk about in 3 Seas and anything else, but maybe it's not a priority. So I think that's what I would say. And if you did just these connections, forget everything else, all the 250 projects that you see on 3 Seas. It would be such a great success that this is a bigger success than BRI, this is a bigger success than Global Gateway, this is literally out of the world success. That's what I think doable, that's what we should focus on. That's where we should put EIB, EBRD, America's DFC, Japan's JBIC, will all partner in this construction if that was the leadership taken over.
Thank you very much. We are running out of time. Thank you for your valuable insights. We really appreciate your contribution. Let's give a round of applause to our panelists. Thank you very much. In 10 minutes in this room will take place another panel entitled Reinforcing the NATO and EU's Defense Technological and Industrial Base. Thank you very much.
panel called Reinforcing the NATO and EU's Defense Technological and Industrial Base. We have the pleasure to have with us several members. I will not go into the details for each of them, as you can find them into the program. Instead, I would like to set up, with your permission, the base for the discussion. I will initially present some ideas so the speakers can build around them in their presentations. And in the end, of course, as usually, we'll come back with a set of questions and answers from both the panel, but also I invite the audience to be part of that and to be active. So the concept of this panel gravitate around the following ideas. The first one, how can the newly adopted European Defence Industrial Programme, EDIP, be operationalized to strengthen the European defence technological and industrial base and support collaborative procurement across member states? The second idea is, what role does the European Defence Industrial Strategies, EDIS, play as a strategic blueprint for boosting cooperation, innovation and industrial capacity in defence sectors across the European Union until 2035? The next is, how should procurement processes be reformed to reduce fragmentation and encourage collaborative development of key capabilities, especially in areas like unmanned systems, air defense, and secure communications? Last but not the least, I will invite you to talk about how can EU programs balance security of supply and requirements with openness to innovation and partnership with non-EU technology firms without creating strategic bottleneck. With that said, I will give the floor to the first speaker, Secretary of State from the Ministry of Defense, Mr. Moldovan. Please, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Good evening. If we're talking about strengthening the defense technological and industrial base, I do believe that today is no longer simply an economic or industrial objective. I think it's a strategic imperative. What we're witnessing today, in my opinion, is the emerge of new strategy, the new strategic paradigm. Defense industry is also no longer a supporting element of security policy. It has becoming one of its core instruments. Moreover, it is directly linked to Europe's security, resilience, and geopolitical credibility. So I do believe that the current security environment has fundamentally transformed the way we think and the way we refer about defense these days. Russia's war against Ukraine, the increasing militarization of emerging technologies, persistent cyber threats, hybrid warfare, disruptions in global supply chains, and growing competition in critical technologies have demonstrated one essential reality. Security can no longer depend exclusively on operation capabilities. It also depends on industrial readiness, technological superiority, and also the ability to sustain production over time. I do believe NATO and the European Union increasingly recognize the military readiness cannot exist without industrial readiness. NATO and EU should be complementary. Ammunition stocks, resilient supply chains, advanced manufacturing, secure digital infrastructure, artificial intelligence, semiconductors, space assets, and dual-use innovation are now as strategically important as conventional military assets. I will go into more details after the other speakers will take the floor also.
Thank you very much. Interesting point. We definitely come back to your ideas for some more debates. Second, I will give the floor to Mr. Duță, who is representing the KPMG in Romania. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation, and I'm happy to be here to talk about the KPMG from Romania and Central Eastern Europe, and also New Strategy Center. I want, before addressing the topic, I would like to inform you that we recently published new thought leadership material in which we tried to illustrate the opportunity, the increasing opportunity to invest in defense and security in the Central Eastern Europe. And together with our colleagues from Ukraine, Poland, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Hungary, and Romania, and also with the support of New Strategy Center, we published a very thoughtful material about this issue. I think it was very good received internationally, and I really hope that everybody will read the material with interest. Now, speaking about our topic, I would like to say that in today's security environment, strengthening the defense technological industrial base of NATO and the European Union is not longer optional. It is a strategic necessity. A robust defense industrial base underpins credible deterrence, enables strategic autonomy, and ensure that both NATO and the EU can sustain long-term security commitments. Probably I will repeat what Mr. Moldovan said, but I think it's important to say again those things, and not only to talk about them, but to see them in our legal framework or programmatic documents in order to be put in practice by the government and defense industry in Romania. A strong defense industrial base means the ability of allied nations to design, produce, maintain, and continuously innovate advanced defense capabilities at speed and scale required by modern conflict. Recent crises, like particularly Russia's war against Ukraine, have exposed significant weaknesses: fragmented supply chains, insufficient production capacity, and heavy dependence on external suppliers for critical components. Addressing these gaps requires sustained investments, not only in industrial infrastructure and stockpiles, but also in skilled labor and more predictable, coordinated defense spending across allied nations. Closer NATO-EU cooperation is central to this effort. NATO defines capability requirements and sets operational standards, while European Union brings regulatory, financial, and industrial tools. When aligned, these roles become mutually reinforcing. Initiatives such as joint procurement, shared standards, and coordinated research and development can reduce duplication, increase interoperability, and generate economies of scale. Innovation is equally critical. Reinforcing the defense technological industrial base is not simply about producing more. It is about producing smarter. Emerging technologies are reshaping warfare. To maintain a technological edge, NATO and EU members must strengthen innovative ecosystems that connect defense institutions, industry, startups, and academia. Accelerating the transition from research accelerating the transition from research to operational deployment is essential in ensuring that innovation research reaches the battlefield in time to make a difference. Within the EU, the European Defence Industrial Programme, EDIP, provides long-term framework to move from ad hoc crisis responses to sustained industrial policy. Its success depends on 5 key elements: aggregating industrial policy, aggregating demand through joint procurement, institutionalizing cooperation via structures for European armament programs, strengthening industrial capacity and supply chains, anchoring investment in projects of common interest, and the last but not least, integrated Ukraine while maintaining transatlantic coherence. Complementing this, the European Defense Industrial Strategy sets a 10-year vision for 2035 for building industrial readiness. It responds directly to structural weaknesses such as market fragmentation, limited production capacity, slow innovation cycles, and reliance on non-EU suppliers. Rather than focusing on military integration, EDIS targets the industrial backbone of defense, positioning it as a critical enabler of deterrence and resilience. A major shift introduced by European Defense Industry Strategy is its approach to innovation. Industrial readiness. Industrial readiness is at the heart of the strategy. Scaling up the production of ammunition, missiles, air defense system, and critical components is essential for sustaining prolonged crisis. This reflects a broader shift from peacetime efficiency to wartime resilience, ensuring that Europe can respond to high-intensity conflict without external bottlenecks. Finally, strengthening the defense technological industrial base requires balancing security of supply with openness to innovation and external partnerships. The goal is not complete self-sufficiency, but strategic control, and this calls for a risk-based approach. Not all dependencies are equally critical, and restrictive policies could limit access to cutting-edge technologies. At the same time, insufficient safeguards could create vulnerabilities. The solutions lies in building resilient multi-supplier ecosystems that avoid single points of failure and allow flexibility in sources. To support this balance, stricter security requirements must be matched with industrial support. In the end, reinforcing the NATO and the EU DTYB is about more than industrial policy. It is about ensuring that Europe and its allies possess the capacity, resilience, and technological edge needed to defend themselves in an increasingly uncertain world. Thank you very much. I will stop here and I'll continue.
Thank you very much for the informative presentation. We may come back to you. The document to talk about initially, as I learned, it seems to be very informative, especially in respect to some solution to unlock the communications between the military and industry. Next speaker is Mr. Sasha Farbach from International Technology and European Affairs, a journalist from Poland. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and thanks for having me. I've just been listening, and we know there's a strategy, and I think that's a good thing. That's wonderful. We hear about this at scale. But what I want to kind of place is perhaps a challenge that we can put in the room, maybe we'll solve it today, from a very much all military hardware and everything that's happening right now, everything is connected with technology. And very much my experience in cybersecurity, that is the key pivot there, is cybersecurity. That infrastructure, I'm not saying it's bad, very much has a huge dependency operationally in terms of stacking on the United States. Now, is that a good thing or bad thing? That's for us to discuss here. But whenever I hear and follow these strategies, we're very much about building out European capacity and capability. Now, is that operational reliance? I mean, if we look at most cybersecurity companies, that market is dominated by US companies. And again, I'm looking at one cautionary tale if we're looking at what Europe tried to do years ago, which was to try and have digital sovereignty, which was cloud, which was Gaia X. For those who don't know what Gaia X is, that was this wonderful plan to have that sovereignty and cloud that is European. As far as I recall, it was approved. Germans, French, European partners said yes, but then they needed a technology partner, the inclusivity, which eventually was Microsoft, which is exactly what it aimed not to do. Right? I think right now Gaia X is going nowhere. But it's just a cautionary tale of how we do that. How do we remedy it? Should we remedy it? That's one of the questions. So I think the challenge here is how much do we include a lot of these plans, products to scale, but how much do we want to cut the dependency? I'm not saying it's a good idea, that isolation might not be possible, but at the same time, the dominance of American defense tech, that's something that's in the room. I'm not saying to scale it down, but that is a huge challenge. So when we hear about what NATO will do, this framework for 2035, that's all well and good, but the more, and we've seen this time again, how much technology there is, and I know that someone here is from NATO, Diana, I think, which is, I think, a great program that's trying to remedy a little bit. But I think that's the kind of uncomfortable challenge we face when we're looking at how to deal that for the future. And then also for hardware, or let's say military tech, if we're looking at the FCAS fighter, that's also, okay, let's build it for Europe together. That's seeing a whole host of problems. Eurofighter was the same. So there are a lot of these cautionary tales, and I think that also needs to be addressed somehow. I don't have the answer for it, but I hope it can be discussed here a little bit today. So I'll pass that on.
Thank you very much. We'll definitely come back to that. The transatlantic relation has been raised several times today, and the overall conclusion is that we need to try to keep it as it is. Next speaker of today is Dr. Zbigniew Piek, ISD Director for Central and Eastern Europe, General Atomics Aeronautical System, USA. So the floor is yours.
Good evening. Thank you very much for inviting me to this panel. We're living in very interesting times. 40 years ago, I was forced to leave for my life, and that was Russian for the reason. And today, 40 years later, I am back, and they are aggressive again. And I could go back a couple centuries and have example of the same aggression. So I'm going to bring to you several technology and product which is not really applicable to any of the programs which you have here in Europe, which is the EDIP and SAFE. However, we are providing the products for you here as an option. Of course, there are other sources which you can use for that. UAV systems grow rapidly over the last couple of years. Those are examples of what we're offering here. The technology is not necessarily available here because of the ITAR restrictions. However, they are available for the customers through IC and through the offset. So I'm going to show you a couple of examples of what we're offering here and what we're planning to offer in the near time. This is a pretty interesting chart. If you're looking at the growth of the UAV, if you're looking between 1990 and 2010, you see the point with 1 million flight hours, 20 years. Now if you take it from 2010 to 2020, there's 10 years, half of that, and there's a 5 million hour of fly. And only between 2020 and 2025, you see 3.1 million of hours, okay? And total for us is 9.1 million hours. We've been in business for 33 years. And every time, probably right now, we have about 70 of the product in the air, probably around us here. This is what we're offering right now to the customer globally, but also in Europe. Starting from the left corner, upper corner, the Ripper is kind of going to the end of production. What we're offering right now is Sky Guardian and Sea Guardian that replace the Ripper. On the middle, there is Grey Eagle, which is not much of the use here because that's supporting the Army operation. The one below is very interesting, is short takeoff and landing. That takes off in 100 meters, land on the same, could be weaponized and so on. And on the right is the new development which comes down to the FQ-42A, which is collaborative combat aircraft. And I will talk about this a little bit later. We've been selected by US Air Force to deliver those. Since time is short, I will have to go quickly. I picked this as an example for the multi-mission capability of MQ-9B. And that is, I picked this one specifically because of the Black Sea and the operation over there. As you can see with the sensor, then the high, long-range ISR could be done with the SIGINT operation, provides you COMINT and ILINT, electro-optic IR. And one thing which we're also adding here is the monitoring sonobuoys and tracking the submarines over there. Okay, you can also see the connection and communication with the main platform and both the air and sea. and that is all controlled by the satellite without present in the region. We're working very closely with our Ukrainian friends, and we're learning from the use of the equipment in space, in the war space. This example is showing the jamming capability of one of our pod, which has capability to jam air to air and all other communication, including wireless communication between the troops on the ground. One advantage of using our technology is, of course, the cost. As you see on the top, the main system are very, very costly to operate. The endurance, that's about 2.5 times of average endurance. And then fuel, and also the most important is mission capable rate, which for the plane, for the Air Force is very important part. That system is also weaponized, paved way for Brimstone 3, and lately the Hellfires also used for that. The technology which we're just bringing to the market, and we're going to demonstrate that in Q3 of 2026, is the airborne early warning and control system. We developed that with Saab, and Saab is known here with their product, which actually they operate in Europe and across globally. Once again, here you have the same comparison with other systems like AWACS, which is famous. One of those was destroyed very recently, but the cost of the operation for that system is huge, and also you have people, crew on that ship in the contested space. On the very top, you see our system, which have about 70% of capability of the big systems, but it can stay in the air for 30 hours and provide you the early warning from upcoming planes or other missiles. Lately, we work very closely with U.S. Air Force on the collaborative combat aircraft. We've been selected by the Air Force, and now we are in production of the product for them. What we're offering actually is the Gambit, which basically to save cost and increase the production, we have the central core, which is about 50-60% of that. Then we have a specific mission kit which you apply to the Gambit, and you can end up with either ISR, ground to air to ground, air to air, and so on, or ISR, as you see on this chart. There was for a long time, I believe, was big misconception about the CCAs, which is collaborative combat aircraft. In Europe, there was the development of what they call the loyal wing, and there was conception that we need F-35 for cooperate with them. That's not true anymore. The technology which we have right now, the flight autonomy, the mission autonomy, and automatic takeoff and landing basically allow you for those systems to operate independently from any other manned system. They can operate individually, they can operate in group, communicating between each other with different loading on them, or they can work with any manned system. There's no need for large ground control station. The table laptop part is required. On the very end, this is my last slide. During operation, with our optic system, which we have, that's a software, which is able to digest all kind of inputs, not only the ones from the sensors on the plane, but also terrestrial, satellite, and other inputs. That's a huge amount of input which goes to the command. And our software, with use of AI and other techniques, is able to down select that to the point of interest. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much as well. If one of the main lessons learned Ukraine offered from the very beginning was the importance of the UAVs and the autonomous system, and definitely this will be one of the main direction of actions from now on as well. The last but not the least speaker we have today is Mr. Jorge Razvan Botish. He's for the Board of Directors members, Diana, NATO Industrial Advisory Group. The floor is yours.
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation today. I will look at the HEC Summit where they established some priorities within NATO for agile procurement, development of industrial base, as we call it, and also in standardization, operability, and interchangeability, because these are the biggest problems we are facing together with the supply chain issue. Now, how did the European Union, let's say, coordinate it with NATO? They did, because the NATO plans till 2035 are correlated with the fast acquisition, which is the first measure European Union take with the SAFE program to be able to do fast acquisition in order to respond to the necessity on the eastern flank, as Romania has access 16.8 billion, and where institutions from government from Romania have lead it to the modernization of the Romanian army. So this is one of the pillars. Then where NATO did advantage and where it took charges by forming Diana, the Defense Innovation Accelerator for North Atlantic, which brings non-traditional companies to the table to be able to discuss with the end users. Right now, Diana is signing a memorandum of understanding with Ukraine so that it will be able to take lessons learned from Ukraine in order to bring it to the further challenges inside the accelerator, so that the companies are able to build technology which responds actually the needs from the battlefront. Now, European Union is putting a lot of money. We see the mobility MOB scheme, which will be launched this year to solve the mobility problem, because logistics is very important in crisis scenario and in war. We do see they are putting money in the ADADP, European Development Industrial Program, which is a program for co-production, by the way. And they're also looking forward in putting money in cyber arm. This will be especially for cyber security in military infrastructure and critical infrastructure, money given by the European Union in order to respond, because companies and governments do need money in order to be able to respond to the necessity given. Without multi-year contracts for the companies, they are not able to produce, and without the governments having the loans or the direct loan, indirect loans, as we had the case with SAFE, as we had the case with FMF for military financial loans, Romania is now able to respond and remodernize its military based on the NATO capability needs till 2035, and it's really a huge step for us in the eastern flank to be able to access this fund. So if you ask me, we need ramp up of production, we need multi-year contracts, and we need to correlate EU programs as it happened until now with NATO needs and NATO plans. So I think Europe is doing a huge step in changing the mentality, because we do find ourselves in a crisis, not at war, and now people have start to understand at EU and Brussels level that we need to invest money in the defense industrial base. Not defense industry, defense industrial base, and we need co-production with Western countries, with Eastern countries, with US, so that we are able to face the capability needs in the future and supply chain issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have some 20 minutes for questions. I will try to warm up the room with one or two questions, then I will offer the chance to the audience to address them as well. And I'll come back to the innovation part definitely, because this is one of the very important topics I would like to talk about. But first, for all the questions addressed, I would like you to try to answer as much as you can. The first question I would like to address is how much is the NATO and the European Union effort aligned on procurement and industrial development? And I'm asking this because NATO seems to have much more expertise in that respect, and on the other side we have EU who realize the importance of that and seems to move much faster than it did before. So in your opinion, how much the two institutions are aligned and are efficient in order to avoid duplication and to offer the most efficient solution to the procurement? Thank you. Sir.
So, as I mentioned in the beginning in my first intervention, I do believe that the complementarity is essential under the principle of a single set of forces. When I'm speaking about complementarity, I do believe NATO remains the cornerstone of collective defense, of ensuring operational interoperability, whether we're talking about military planning, forces readiness, and deterrence across the Euro-Atlantic area. At the same time, I do believe the European Union has significantly expanded its role in strengthening the industrial capacity, financing innovation, and reducing critical dependencies. The European, in the recent years, the European Union has taken unprecedented steps in these directions. Whether we're talking about the European Defense Industrial Strategy and the implementation of the European Defense Industry Program that have established a long-term framework aimed at strengthening the European defense technological and industrial base, enhancing security of supply, and supporting collaborative procurement and production. At the same time, instruments such as European Defence Fund continue to stimulate cross-border research and development, particularly in emerging and disruptive technologies, including artificial intelligence, autonomous systems, cyber defense, quantum technologies, which I think they're very important as well, secure communications, and so on. SAFE program, because Horia mentioned about the SAFE program, SAFE mechanism, which, by the way, everybody's talking about these days, about SAFE, but we need to keep in mind that SAFE, it's a financial instrument. It is basically a loan that the member states are advancing on. So, of course, at the NATO summit in Hague, there was this decision of all the member states to reach 5% of the GDP in defense budget. I would like to give you some numbers regarding Romania. In 2024, we had 2.17% out of the GDP spent on defense. 2025, we ended with 2.20% out of the GDP spent, and in 2026, in our budget, the budget law, we allocated 2.45. So we are increasing yearly, although, as you probably know, Romania is going through a difficult economical situation. We had the biggest deficit in Europe, but still we remain committed to the NATO, the Hague decision that we supported and we voted on. So I do believe this is essential, the commitment to allocate 5% to the GDP by 2035, and security-related spending reflects not only military ambition, but also recognition that industrial resilience and technological innovations are essential to a component of deterrence. And one more thing I want to stress, that this commitment means that the alliance will have the necessary capabilities at the right readiness level to sustain a proactive approach to deterrent and defense, in a particular on the eastern flank, because we're still having a war at our borders. Romania has the longest land border with Ukraine. We also have the Black Sea region, which is also strategically very interesting these days. So I don't believe in an upcoming peace. So I do believe we need to be prepared, and I think once again that both so-called institutions, if you want to call them, EU and NATO, should work together, and they should be complementary. We don't need to, because I saw in different countries, also in Romania we had this discussion, but also in different countries, that we need to be more European companies and so on, which is good. But I do believe that we need to work together, NATO and EU, because in the end, the result is the same. We need to have a safer alliance, a safer continent, and a safer environment for our societies.
Thank you. Before going further, but to detail a little bit, the aim of the question is that a non-aligned effort from NATO and EU risk to cause, in the end, a overlap on acquisitions, and secondly, the lack of expertise on procurement from EU side, which is, I think, it's also relevant, could also risk in non-adequate acquisition in terms of priorities. This is the aim of my question. Mr. Duce, please.
I'm a little bit more optimistic about this issue because I can see in the last time that NATO plays a really active role setting up the operational requirements and also the military capability targets, which are the driver for the military modernization and also for the industrial development in Europe. The cooperation between NATO and EU, it's improving, and I was witnessing this improvement during the presence in the NATO Resilience Committee, and I'm sure also the other entities are talking each other very well. But what's impressive for me is the effort that the European Union is doing to put money into industry development, because you cannot be very well, you cannot be resilient, and you cannot provide security without a powerful industry. You cannot provide the operational continuity, military operation continuity, if the industry is not able to provide ammunitions and spare parts and maintenance and whatever is needed for the military operation. And we have so many instruments from the European side, like the program Rearm Europe 2030 with SAFE. We are talking about so many hundreds of billions of euros, and if we look at the next exercise, European competitive finance will be about 131 billion euro only for defense. This is the reason for that I'm confident that everybody will align to this effort, but there is also but depends on the member states to align with the policy, to align with the European strategy. Otherwise, we'll continue to see fragmentation and different kind of acquisitions, and instead of having a military capability, we will have only a lot of capabilities, but not the military capability that we need.
Yeah, I mean, if I can just view this from the prism as well, again, from a bit of cybersecurity as well, but also to the point of how do they complement, or if the EU and NATO are stepping on each other's toes, if you will. And I think this has come up before, and I probably mirror that, or try to be optimistic but maybe cautionary, is that I think the European Union will always be exactly that part that needs to be part of the industrial capacity, right? And that's important. At the same time, we sometimes expect the EU to do these things that it was never meant to do. I know it has to adapt, but as you said, NATO has experience in procurement. I don't think the point is to replace that, but nevertheless, if you have these different strategies at the same time, it's bound to get messy, right? This is, as you said, there's a lot of money involved. We have to do that at scale. We have to do it faster. But then at the core, you have, I think, also, pardon me if I'm wrong, but the company that you've said, the UAVs, I mean, that's your first projects were with the United States, right? The U.S. military, right? So we have, interesting projects, and I think with NATO Diana it was similar. Some of those first companies of innovation that are sponsored, many of them come from the United States, right? It's just the market is different. So my sort of, let's say, maybe not fear is, but it could be that there's a lot of potential in scaling things out, but a lot of innovation, a lot of money that's going out there will aim to be competitive, but then they'll end up leaving Europe. We haven't even touched on AI, and you said, and you showed us all these different systems. And I was just reminded yesterday, even with that, zero-day thing from Google, right? This was involved actually, they're not telling us which actual AI system it was, but that was also very much used offensively for the first time. And this is just the very first step in all these different things. But really quickly, to summarize, I think that in terms of building out the industrial capacity, we need that money, but then again, it shouldn't be free money. And we still have to appeal to the free market. But the NATO needs, that alignment needs to happen. So I want to be optimistic that it can work in tandem. Yeah.
Yeah, as I mentioned, my product, which I presented here, cannot be purchased direct commercial sale. There's components which need to be purchased government to government. So we very quickly recognized that that process is very painful and long. Okay, we had to find solution for resolving that. And our solution for that is NSPA, NATO Sustainment and Procurement Agency, and that provide us a vehicle for the procurement. Last year only, Denmark and Germany went through the process, and we have a contract with them. Now, 3 other countries are in pipe for that, and process takes only 6 months from the moment of when they submit the RFP to the moment of the contract. So that is one of the improvement which we made on our side to make sure that we speed up. That includes training, sustainment, and other stuff. So what it is that we have a standard configuration to which every member of the NATO works to, and we have standard T's and C's to which each of the member have to agree. And of course, each country have a specific component which is going separately from that, but that's the easy part to handle. And with that, we've been highly successful, and hopefully that's going to work. Of course, this is only for the NATO members.
Just as a comment that was briefed before and discussed, so acquisition is done by country, not by NATO. Only if the country requests is to do common acquisition, they go to NSPA and they request specifically to do joint procurement. In other cases, all the money, the loans come to national, and it's a national decision government what they want to buy according to the national strategy, which is based also on the NATO commitment. So yes, as it has been said before, you can go to NSPA and common procurement, but let's do face that also governments need money, and the European Commission has money. It has the funds in order to finance the industrial-based development. NATO has a strategy, the capability needs and the standards, and the military end users. Let's not face NATO, it's an alliance of 32 countries. European Commission is based on EU countries, and it looks at a further wider perspective, but not on defense. So I think it should be something related in a cooperation between the European Union and NATO, and not divide between them. It should be complementary, as it has been said. NATO to work together with the future capability needs with the European Union in order to put projects which do serve the industrial base from Europe, but also transfer of technology from US. And I think this is the success we need to look further, that the European Union has started to put money in programs like Mobility Mob, European Development Industrial Program, SAFE, which is a loan. We see the first phase of NATO, SAFE loan, and direct acquisitions. And also on the development side, as has been said before, with EUD scheme, the scheme for innovation, and other schemes which were put out by European Commission in order to help the countries and the companies, either they are traditional primers or non-traditional companies, to develop defense technology. Because defense technology serves the end users, and the end user needs the most modern, let's say, military technique in order to be able to deter and to protect themselves and be able to face the reality on the battlefront. So I think this is the most important, as it has been said before, to correlate NATO with EU so that they are complementary, not one against each other. Thank you. Just a short remark. On the other hand, in the end, after all these programs will finish, whether we're talking about SAFE or other mechanism, European programs, in the end, the final beneficiary is also NATO, because basically all the members of EU are NATO member states. So that's why I was talking about complementarity. Do we need less rules? Yes, I do believe we overregulate a lot of things. Russia, for example, is rearming very fast because they don't need all these European or NATO rules, or, as you mentioned, if I can or cannot sell to one ally a different technology or not. So I do believe we also need to look into that to reform, for example, NATO and EU in the ways of when we speak about rules and regulations that regulate these kind of economical technologies, you know. But in the end, the final beneficiary, as I said, it is NATO, even for the European programs.
Thank you. As time flies very fast, it's time for me to go to the audience to see if there is any questions you want to address to the speakers. Yes, sir, please. We have a microphone.
I can do without, no worries.
Okay.
Sebastian Erb, the German Defense Attaché here in Bucharest. Technically, I'm a diplomat, but let me be now a little bit undiplomatic, maybe a little bit provocative. Can you speak the one for the translation? Do you have online transmission? Yeah, good. Do you hear me now better?
We don't have sound.
So, again, a little bit undiplomatic, a little bit provocative. Being here in Romania and hearing to you and hearing to the panels all day, I have the feeling, after 3 years being here, that all this is all good. I concur with everything you said, but the reality is, especially here in the southeastern area, we are here buyers, consumers, we are not producers, not to a larger extent. Within SAFE, you intend to buy a lot. Obviously also with that comes an investment here, but I would like to see more investment related to Article 3, for instance, from the own government into your own industry, to being a strong partner for producers, for other allies, to have a much better supply chain, whatever. Now imagine me wearing a Romanian uniform. I would be proud to shoot a Romanian weapon, to fly a Romanian drone, to shoot with a Romanian tank. I know state deficit and all that, but where is your, let's say, R&D, the big projects for your own companies? Where are your own companies supplying your own armed forces, your own Ministry of Interior? So I would love to fast forward, let's say 2035, and you are there. I hope what you're doing now is pushing your industry, and it's not only supporting other countries, and I think that is also the political debate we see right now. I wish you good luck with that, honestly. And it's not always the best solution to buy fast from somebody else, but maybe to invest in your own structures, startups, smart hubs, create those, and you have the capacity here. You have the smart brains here.
Thank you. Can we have a quick round two?
Yeah, I will answer that. Yeah, I do believe you're right. But if I need to be, if you want me to be honest, and I will be honest, our national defense industry was not developed, unfortunately. Why? Those are different discussions. But now, with all these programs, SAFE program or other different programs, there is a possibility to reburn in the industry, the defense industry. And we do have that. For example, we do have a company in Cluj. That's the first one in my mind because I was there at the presentation when they presented the first Romanian rocket, missile, sorry. And there are drone companies also in Romania. For example, when we signed a strategic partnership with Ukraine, when President Zelensky was in Bucharest, after that, 2 or 3 weeks after that, we had meetings with Ukrainian companies, with Romanian companies in order to produce drones in Romania. So, but you're right. I think every country needs to develop its own defense industry. On the other hand, we are now living with a war at the border. We need to have fast capabilities to receive them very fast, because the war or the aggressor, it doesn't wait for you to develop your own defense industry in your country. But I do believe that before the war started in Ukraine, the whole European defense industry was not that very well developed, with few exceptions. And now we see that this industry gets more and more active, and it grows from day to day. And I do hope that after a few years we will have a stronger defense industry. But also we have to, as I said, we have to answer how do we get the capabilities faster. Because once again, we do have a war at our border. It's not the same for us as it's for Germany or for France. We are having, as I said, the longest border with Ukraine. Russians are very close, so that's the difference.
Although the time is over, I would give the chance to Mr. Duce to add something to that, and then we will close the...
Sir, thank you for your provocative questions. We live in the same reality, and we feel the same frustration here in Romania, because we can see that the private sector are advancing very fast, but the state entities from defense industry are kept captive to the strategic importance. I don't want to be rude or to discuss a little, too much about this issue, but what I want to say is that we at KPMG elaborated a study, and we proposed to the defense committees to discuss about the legal framework reviews in order to review the law for the defense industry, the military acquisition law, and the offset law. And we have the willingness to provide any support that the political staff needs in order to go further and faster to solve those problems, because we need clear vision, strategic vision, and coherence in order to develop the defense industry at the national level. We need to see a defense industry ecosystem. We shouldn't separate state entities from private entities. We should go further and do something important in this field. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much as well. I think time is over. I thank all the participants in the audience as well, and please join me in a round of applause for our guest today. Thank you.